Being frank. It wasn't easy, being frank. That's what everybody called him, when they weren't calling him a dirty old tramp, or a scrounger, or a layabout. Frank, they called him. Only the people at the hostel and at the Social Security bothered with his full name. Francis Rossetti Hislop. Rossetti, he seemed to remember, not after the painter, but after his sister, the poet, Christina. Most often, a person in authority, would read that name from the piece of paper they were holding, and then look up at Frank, not quite in disbelief, but certainly wondering how he'd come so low. He couldn't tell them that he was climbing higher all the time, that he preferred to live out of doors, that his face was weather-beaten, not dirty, that a plastic bag was a convenient place to keep his possessions. He just nodded and shuffled his feet instead, the shuffle which had become his trademark. "Here he comes," his companions would cry. "Here comes the shuffler." Alias Frank, alias Francis Rossetti Hislop. He spent much of the spring and autumn in Edinburgh. Some said he was mad, leaving in the summer months. That, after all, was when the pickings were richest. But he didn't like to bother the tourists, and besides, summer was for travelling. He usually walked north, through Fife and into Kinross or Perthshire, setting up camp by the side of a loch or up in the hills. And, when he got bored, he'd move on. He was seldom moved on by gamekeepers or the police. Some of them he knew of old, of course, but others he encountered seemed to regard him more and more as some rare species, or, as one had actually said, a national monument. It was true, of course. Tramp meant to walk, and that's what tramps used to do. The term gentleman of the road used to be accurate, but the tramp was being replaced by the beggar, young fit men who didn't move from the city and who were unrelenting in their search for spare change. That had never been Frank's way. He had his regulars, of course, and often he only had to sit on a bench in the meadows, a huge grassy plain bordered by tree-lined paths, and wait for the money to appear in his lap. That's where he was when he heard the two men talking. It was a bright day, a lunchtime, and there were few spaces to be had on the meagre supply of meadows benches. Frank was sitting on one, arms folded, eyes closed, his legs stretched out in front of him with one foot crossed over the other. His 3 carrier bags were on the ground beside him, and his hat lay across his legs, not because he was hot especially, but because you never knew who might drop a coin in while you were dozing, or pretending to doze. Maybe his was the only bench free. Maybe that's why the men sat down beside him. Well, beside him was an exaggeration. They squeezed themselves onto the furthest edge of the bench, as far from him as possible. They couldn't be comfortable, squashed up like that, and the thought brought a moment's smile to Frank's face. But then they started to talk, not in a whisper, but with voices lowered. The wind, though, swept every word into Frank's right ear. He tried not to tense as he listened, but it was difficult. Tried not to move, but his nerves were jangling. "It's war," one said. "A council of war." War? He remembered reading in a newspaper recently about terrorists. Threats. A politician had said something about vigilance. Or was it vigilantes? A council of war. It sounded ominous. Maybe they were teasing him, trying to scare him from the bench so that they could have it for themselves. But he didn't think so. They were speaking in undertones they didn't think he could hear. Or maybe they simply knew that it didn't matter whether an old tramp heard them or not. Who would believe him? This was especially true in Frank's case. Frank believed that there was a worldwide conspiracy. He didn't know who was behind it, but he could see its tentacles stretching out across the globe. Everything was connected. That was the secret. Wars were connected by arms manufacturers, the same arms manufacturers who made the guns used in robberies, who made the guns used by crazy people in America when they went on the rampage in a shopping center or hamburger restaurant. So already you had a connection between hamburgers and dictators. Start from there, and the thing just grew and grew. And because Frank had worked this out, he wondered from time to time if they were after him. The dictators, the arms industry, or maybe even the people who made the buns for the hamburger chains. Because he knew. He wasn't crazy. He was sure of that. If I was, he told one of his regulars, I wouldn't wonder if I was or not, would I? And she'd nodded, agreeing with him. She was a student at the university. A lot of students became regulars. They lived in Tollcross, Marchmont, Morningside, and had to pass through the meadows on the way to the university buildings in George Square. She was studying psychology, and she told Frank something. You've got what they call an active fantasy life. Yes, he knew that. He made up lots of things, told himself stories. They whiled away the time. He pretended he'd been an RAF pilot, a spy, minor royalty, a slave trader in Africa, a poet in Paris. But he knew he was making all these stories up, just as he knew that there really was a conspiracy. And these two men were part of it. Rhodes, one of them was saying now. A council of war in Rhodes. So there was a Greek connection too. Well, that made sense. He remembered stories about the generals and their junta. The terrorists were using Greece as their base, and Edinburgh was called the Athens of the North. Yes, of course. That's why they were basing themselves in Edinburgh too. A symbolic gesture. Had to be. But who would believe him? That was the problem, being frank. He'd told so many stories in the past, given the police so much information about the conspiracy, that now they just laughed at him and sent him on his way. Some of them thought he was looking for a night in the cells, and once or twice they'd even obliged, despite his protests. No, he didn't want to spend another night locked up. There was only one thing for it. He'd follow the men and see what he could find. Then he'd wait until tomorrow. They were talking about tomorrow, too, as if it was the start of their campaign. Well, tomorrow was Sunday, and, with a bit of luck, if Frank hung around the meadows, he'd bump into another of his regulars, one who might know exactly what to do. Sunday morning was damp, blustery, not the sort of day for a constitutional. This was fine by John Rebus. It meant there'd be fewer people about on Bruntsfield links, fewer men chipping golf balls toward his head with a wavering cry of "4!" Talk about crazy golf! He knew the links had been used for this purpose for years and years, but all the same, there were so many paths cutting through that it was a miracle no one had been killed. He walked one circuit of the links, then headed as usual across Melville Drive and into the meadows. Sometimes he'd stop to watch a kickabout. Other times he kept his head down and just walked, hoping for inspiration. Sunday was too close to Monday for his liking, and Monday always meant a backlog of work. Thinking about it never did any good, of course, but he found himself thinking of little else. "Mr. Rebus!" But then, the meadows offered other distractions too. "Mr. Rebus!" "Hello, Frank." "Sit yourself down." Rebus lowered himself onto the bench. "You look excited about something." Frank nodded briskly. Though he was seated, he shuffled his feet on the earth, making little dance movements. Then he looked around him, as though seeking interlopers. "Oh no," thought Rebus. "Here we go again." "War," Frank whispered. "I heard 2 men talking about it." Rebus sighed. Talking to Frank was like reading one of the Sunday rags, except sometimes the stories he told were more believable. Today didn't sound like one of those days. "Talking about war? Which war?" "Terrorism, Mr. Rebus. Has to be. They've had a council of war. At Rhodes. That's in Greece." "They were Greek, were they?" Frank wrinkled his face. "I don't think so. I can give you a description of them, though. They were both wearing suits. One was short and bald. The other one was young, taller, with black hair." "You don't often see international terrorists wearing suits these days, do you?" Rebus commented. Actually, he thought to himself, that's a lie. They're becoming more smartly dressed all the time. In any case, Frank had an answer ready. Need a disguise, though, don't they? I followed them. Did you? A kickabout was starting nearby. Rebus concentrated on the kickoff. He liked Frank, but there were times they went to a bed and breakfast near the links. Did they now? Rebus nodded slowly. And they said it was starting today. Today, Mr. Rebus. They don't hang about, do they? Anything else? Frank frowned, thinking. Something about lavatories. Or laboratories. Must have been laboratories, mustn't it? And money. They talked about that. Money they needed to set it up. That's about it. Well, thanks for letting me know, Frank. I'll keep my ears open, see if I can hear any whispers. But listen, don't go following people in future. It could be dangerous, understand? Frank appeared to consider this. I see what you mean, he said at last. But I'm tougher than I look, Mr. Rebus. Rebus was standing now. Well, I'd better be getting along. He slipped his hands into his pockets. The right hand emerged again, holding a £1 note. Here you go, Frank. He began to hand the money over, then withdrew it again. Frank knew what was coming, and grinned. Just one question, Rebus said, as he always did. Where do you go in the winter? It was a question a lot of his cronies asked him. Thought you were dead, they'd say each spring as he came walking back into their lives. His reply to Rebus was the same as ever. Ah, that would be telling, Mr. Rebus. That's my secret. The money passed from one hand to the other, and Rebus sauntered off towards Jawbone Walk, kicking a stone in front of him. Jawbone, because of the whale's jawbone which made an arch at one end of the path. Frank knew that. Frank knew lots of things. But he knew, too, that Rebus hadn't believed him. Well, more fool him. For over a year now they'd played this little game. Where did Frank go in the winter? Frank wasn't sure himself why he didn't just say, I go to my sister's place in Dunbar. Maybe because it was the truth. Maybe because it was a secret. Rebus looked to him like a man with secrets too. Maybe one day Rebus would set out for a walk and never return home, would just keep on walking the way Frank himself had done. What was it the girl student had said? Sometimes I think we're all gentlemen of the road. It's just that most of us haven't got the courage to take that first step. Nonsense. That first step was the easiest. It was the 100th, the 1000th, the millionth that was hard. But not as hard as going back. Never as hard as that. Rebus had counted the steps up to his second-floor flat many, many times. It always added up to the same number. So how come, with the passing years, there seemed to be more? Maybe it was the height of each step that was changing. Own up, John. For once, own up. It's you that's changing. You're growing older and stiffer. You never used to pause on the first-floor landing, never used to linger outside Mrs. Cochrane's door, breathing in that smell unique to blackcurrant bushes and cat pee. How could one cat produce that amount of odour? Rebus had seen it many a time, a fat, smug-looking creature with hard eyes. He'd caught it on his own landing, turning guiltily to look at him before sprinting for the next floor up. But it was inside Mrs. Cochrane's door just now. He could hear it mewling, clawing at the carpet, desperate to be outside. He wondered. Maybe Mrs. Cochrane was ill. He'd noticed that recently her brass nameplate had become tarnished. She wasn't bothering to polish it anymore. How old was she, anyway? She seemed to have come with the tenement, almost as if they'd constructed the thing around her. Mr. and Mrs. Costello on the top floor had been here nigh on 25 years, but they said she'd been here when they arrived. Same brass nameplate on her door, different cat, of course, and a husband too. Well, he'd been dead by the time Rebus and his wife, now ex-wife, had moved here. What, was it 10 years ago now? Getting old, John. Getting old. He clamped his left hand onto the banister, and somehow managed the last flight of steps to his door. He started a crossword in one of the newspapers, put some jazz on the hi-fi, drank a pot of tea. Just another Sunday. Day of rest. But he kept catching glimpses of the week ahead. No good. He made another pot of tea, and this time added a dollop of J&B to the mixture in his mug. Better. And then, naturally, the doorbell rang. Jehovah's Witnesses! Well, Rebus had an answer ready for them. A friend in the know had said that Roman Catholics are taught how to counter the persuasive arguments of the JWs. Just tell them you're a Catholic, and they'll go away. I'm Catholic, he said. They didn't go away. There were two of them, dressed in dark suits. The younger one stood a little behind the older one. This didn't matter, since he was a good foot taller than his elder. He was holding a briefcase. The chief, however, held only a piece of paper. He was frowning, glancing towards this. He looked at Rebus, sizing him up, then back to the paper. He didn't appear to have heard what Rebus said. I'm Catholic, Rebus repeated, but hollowly. The man shook his head. Maybe they were foreign missionaries, come to convert the heathen. He consulted his scrap of paper again. I think this is the wrong address, he said. There isn't a Mr. Bakewell here. Bakewell? Rebus started to relax. A simple mistake. They weren't JWs. They weren't salesmen or cowboy builders or tinkers. Simply, they'd got the wrong flat. No, he said. No Mr. Bakewell here. And his tart's not here either. Oh, they laughed at that. Laughed louder than Rebus had expected. They were still laughing as they made their apologies and started back downstairs. Rebus watched them until they were out of sight. He'd stopped laughing almost before they'd begun. He checked that his keys were in his pocket, then slammed shut his door, but with himself still out on the landing. Their footsteps sent sibilant echoes up towards the skylight. What was it about them? If pressed, he couldn't have said. There was just something. The way the smaller, older man had seemed to weigh him up in a moment, then mentioned Bakewell. The way the younger man had laughed so heartily, as if it were such a release. A release of what? Tension, obviously. The footsteps had stopped, outside Mrs. Cochrane's door. Yes, that was the ting-ting-ting of her antiquated doorbell, the kind you pulled, tightening and releasing the spring on a bell inside the door which was now being pulled open. The older man spoke. Mrs. Cochrane? Well, they'd got that name right. But then, it was on her nameplate, wasn't it? Anyone could have guessed at it. Aye. Mrs. Cochrane, Rebus knew, was not unique in making this sound not only questioning, but like a whole sentence. Yes, I'm Mrs. Cochrane, and who might you be, and what do you want? Councillor Waugh. Councillor? No, there was no problem. Rebus had paid his poll tax, always put his bin bags out the night before, never earlier. They might be after Bakewell, but Rebus was in the clear. It's about the roadworks. Roadworks? Echoed Mrs. Cochrane. Roadworks? Thought Rebus. Yes, roadworks. Digging up the roads. You made a complaint about the roads. I've come to talk to you about it. Roadworks? Here, you mean? He was patient. Rebus had to grant him that. That's right, Mrs. Cochrane. The road outside. There was a bit more of this. Then they all went indoors to talk over Mrs. Cochrane's grievances. Rebus opened his own door and went in too. Then, realizing, he slapped his hand against his head. These were the two men shuffling Frank had been talking about. Of course they were, only Frank had misheard. Council of War was Councillor Waugh. Roads was roads. What else had Frank said? Something about money. Well, that might be the money for the repairs. That it was all planned to start on Sunday, and here they were, on Sunday, ready to talk to the residents about roadworks. What roadworks? The road outside was clear, and Rebus hadn't heard any gossip concerning work about to start. Something else Frank had heard them say, lavatories or laboratories. Of course, his own cherished conspiracy theory had made him plump for laboratories, but what if he'd misheard again? Where did lavatories fit into the scheme? And if, as seemed certain, these were the two men, what was a local councillor doing staying at a bed and breakfast? Maybe he owned it, of course. Maybe it was run by his wife. Rebus was a couple of paces further down his hall when it hit him. He stopped dead. Slow, John, slow. Blame the whiskey, maybe. And Jesus, wasn't it so obvious when you thought of it? He went back to his door, opened it quietly, and slipped out onto the landing. There was no such thing as silent movement on an Edinburgh stairwell. The sound of shoe on stone, a sound like sandpaper at work, was magnified and distorted, bouncing off the walls upwards and downwards. Rebus slipped off his shoes and left them on his landing, then started downstairs. He listened outside Mrs. Cochrane's door. Muffled voices from the living room. The layout of her flat was the same as Rebus's own, a long hallway of which were half a dozen doors, the last of which, actually around a corner, led to the living room. He crouched down and pushed open the letterbox. The cat was just inside the door, and it swiped at him with its paw. He let the hinge fall back. Then he tried the door handle, which turned. The door opened. The cat swept past him and down the stairs. Rebus began to feel that the odds were going his way. The door was open just wide enough to allow him to squeeze inside. Open it an inch or two further, he knew, and it creaked with the almightiest groan. He tiptoed into the hallway. Councillor Waugh's voice boomed from the living room. "Bowel trouble! Terrible in a man so young!" Yes, he'd no doubt be explaining why his assistant was taking so long in the lavatory. That was the excuse they always made. Well, either that or a drink of water. Rebus passed the toilet. The door wasn't locked, and the tiny closet was empty. He pushed open the next door along, Mrs. Cochrane's bedroom. The young man was closing the wardrobe doors. "Well," said Rebus, "I hope you didn't think that was the toilet." The man jerked around. Rebus filled the doorway. There was no way past him. The only way to get out was to go through him. And that's what the man tried, charging at the doorway, head low. Rebus stood back a little, giving himself room and time, and brought his knee up hard, aiming for the bridge of the nose, but finding mouth instead. Well, it was an imprecise science, wasn't it? The man flew backwards like a discarded rag doll and fell onto the bed, flat out, to Rebus's satisfaction. They'd heard the noise, of course, and the councillor was already on his way, but he too would need to get past Rebus to reach the front door. He stopped short. Rebus nodded slowly. "Very wise," he said. "Your colleague's going to need some new teeth when he wakes up. I'm a police officer, by the way, and you, councillor, are under arrest." "Arresting the councillor?" This from Mrs. Cochrane, who had appeared in the hall. "He's no more a councillor than I am, Mrs. Cochrane. He's a con man. His partner's been raking through your bedroom." "What?" She went to look. "Bakewell," Rebus said, smiling. They would try the same ruse at every door where they didn't fancy their chances. Sorry, wrong address, and on to the next potential sucker, until they found someone old enough or gullible enough. Rebus was trying to remember if Mrs. Cochrane had a telephone. Yes, there was one in her living room, wasn't there? He gestured to his prisoner. "Let's go back into the living room," he said. Rebus could call the station from there. Mrs. Cochrane was back beside him. "Blood and my good quilt," she muttered. Then she saw that Rebus was in his stocking soles. "You'll get chilblains, son," she said. "Mark my words, you should take better care of yourself, living on your own like that. You need somebody to look after you. Mark my words. He told me he was a councillor. Would you credit it? And me been wanting to talk to them for ages about the dog's mess and the links." "Hello, Shuffler." "Mr. Rebus. Day off, is it? Don't usually see you around here during the week." Frank was back on his bench, a newspaper spread out on his lap. One of yesterday's papers. It contained a story about some black magic conspiracy in the United States. Wealthy people, it was reckoned, influential people, taking part in orgies and rituals. Yes, and the arms manufacturers would be there too. That's how they got to know the politicians and the bankers. It all connected. No, I'm off to work in a minute. Just thought I'd stop by. Here. He was holding out a £10 note. Frank looked at it suspiciously, moved his hand towards it, and took it. What? Didn't Rebus even want to ask him the question? You were right, Rebus was saying. What you told me about those two men, dead right. Well, nearly dead right. Keep your ears open, Frank, and in future I'll try to keep my ears open when you talk to me. And then he turned and was walking away, back across the grass towards Marchmont. Frank stared at the money. £10! Enough to finance another long walk. He needed a long walk to clear his head. Now that they'd had the Council of War at Rhodes, the laboratories would be making potions for satanic rituals. They'd put the politicians in a trance, and... No, it didn't bear thinking about. Mr. Rebus, he called. Mr. Rebus, I go to my sister's. She lives in Dunbar. That's where I go in the winter. But if the distant figure heard him, it made no sign. Just kept on walking. Frank shuffled his feet. £10 would buy a transistor radio, or a pair of shoes, a jacket, or a new hat, maybe a little camping stove. That was the problem with having money. You ended up with decisions to make. And if you bought anything, where would you put it? He'd need either to ditch something or to start on another carrier bag. That was the problem. Being frank. Playback. It was the perfect murder. Perfect, that is, so far as the Lothian and Borders police were concerned. The murderer had telephoned in to confess, had then panicked and attempted to flee, only to be caught leaving the scene of the crime. End of story. Except that now he was pleading innocence, pleading, yelling and screaming it. And this worried Detective Inspector John Rebus, worried him all the way from his office to the 4-story tenement in Leith's trendy dockside area. The tenements here were much as they were in any working-class area of Edinburgh, except that they boasted colour-splashed roller blinds, or Chinese-style bamboo affairs at their windows, and their grimy stone facades had been power-cleaned, their doors now boasting intruder-proof intercoms. A far cry from the greasy Venetian blinds and kicked-in passageways of the tenements in Easter Road or Gorgie, or even in nearby parts of Leith itself, the parts the developers were ignoring as yet. The victim had worked as a legal secretary. This much Rebus knew. She had been 24 years old. Her name was Moira Bitter. Rebus smiled at that. It was a guilty smile, but at this hour of the morning any smile he could raise was something of a miracle. He parked in front of the tenement, guided by a uniformed officer who had recognized the badly dented front bumper of Rebus's car. It was rumoured that the dent had come from knocking down too many old ladies, and who was Rebus to deny it? It was the stuff of legend, and it gave him prominence in the fearful eyes of the younger recruits. A curtain twitched in one of the ground-floor windows, and Rebus caught a glimpse of an elderly lady. Every tenement, it seemed, tarted up or not, boasted its elderly lady. Living alone with 1 dog or 4 cats for company, she was her building's eyes and ears. As Rebus entered the hallway, a door opened and the old lady stuck out her head. "He was going to run for it," she whispered. "But the bobby caught him. I saw it. Is the young lass dead? Is that it?" Her lips were pursed in keen horror. Rebus smiled at her, but said nothing. She would know soon enough. Already she seemed to know as much as he did himself. That was the trouble with living in a city the size of a town with a village mentality. He climbed the 4 flights of stairs slowly, listening all the while to the report of the constable, who was leading him inexorably towards the corpse of Moira Bitter. They spoke in an undertone. Stairwell walls had ears. "The call came at about 5 a.m., sir," explained P.C. McManus. "The caller gave his name as John McFarlane, and said he'd just murdered his girlfriend. He sounded distressed by all accounts, and I was radioed to investigate. As I arrived, a man was running down the stairs. He seemed in a state of shock. Shock? Sort of disorientated, sir. Did he say anything? Asked Rebus. Yes, sir, he told me, "Thank God you're here. Moira's dead." I then asked him to accompany me upstairs to the flat in question, called in for assistance, and the gentleman was arrested. Rebus nodded. McManus was a model of efficiency, not a word out of place, the tone just right, everything by rote and without the interference of too much thought. He would go far as a uniformed officer, but Rebus doubted the young man would ever make CID. When they reached the 4th floor, Rebus paused for breath, then walked into the flat. The hall's pastel colour scheme extended to the living room and bedroom. Mute colours, subtle and warming. There was nothing subtle about the blood, though. The blood was copious. Moira Bitter lay sprawled across her bed, her chest a riot of colour. She was wearing apple-green pyjamas, and her hair was silky blonde. The police pathologist was examining her head. "She's been dead about 3 hours," he informed Rebus. "Stabbed 3 or 4 times with a small sharp instrument which, for the sake of convenience, I'm going to term a knife. I'll examine her properly later on." Rebus nodded and turned to McManus, whose face had a sickly grey tinge to it. "Your first time?" Rebus asked. The constable nodded slowly. "Never mind," Rebus continued. "You never get used to it anyway. Come on." He led the constable out of the room and back into the small hallway. "This man we've arrested, what did you say his name was?" "John McFarlane, sir," said the constable, taking deep breaths. "He's the deceased's boyfriend, apparently." "You said he seemed in a state of shock. Was there anything else you noticed?" The constable frowned, thinking. "Such as, sir?" he said at last. "Blood," said Rebus coolly. "You can't stab someone in the heat of the moment without getting blood on you." McManus said nothing. Definitely not CID material, and perhaps realizing it for the very first time. Rebus turned from him and entered the living room. It was almost neurotically tidy. Magazines and newspapers in their rack beside the sofa, a chrome and glass coffee table bearing nothing more than a clean ashtray and a paperback romance. It could have come straight from an ideal home exhibition. No family photographs, no clutter. This was the lair of an individualist. No ties with the past, a present ransacked wholesale from Habitat and Next. There was no evidence of a struggle, no evidence of an encounter of any kind, no glasses or coffee cups. The killer had not loitered, or else had been very tidy about his business. Rebus went into the kitchen. It too was tidy. Cups and plates stacked for drying beside the empty sink. On the draining board were knives, forks, teaspoons. No murder weapon. There were spots of water in the sink and on the draining board itself, yet the cutlery and crockery were dry. Rebus found a dish towel hanging up behind the door and felt it. It was damp. He examined it more closely. There was a small smudge on it, perhaps gravy or chocolate. Or blood. Someone had dried something recently. But what? He went to the cutlery drawer and opened it. Inside, amidst the various implements, was a short-bladed chopping knife with a heavy black handle. A quality knife, sharp and gleaming. The other items in the drawer were bone dry, but this chopping knife's wooden handle was damp to the touch. Rebus was in no doubt. He had found his murder weapon. Clever of McFarlane, though, to have cleaned and put away the knife. A cool and calm action. Moira Bitter had been dead 3 hours. The call to the police station had come an hour ago. What had McFarlane done during the intervening 2 hours? Cleaned the flat? Washed and dried the dishes? Rebus looked in the kitchen swing bin, but found no other clues, no broken ornaments, nothing that might hint at a struggle. And if there had been no struggle, if the murderer had gained access to the tenement and to Moira Bitter's flat without forcing an entry, if all this were true, Moira had known her killer. Rebus toured the rest of the flat, but found no other clues. Beside the telephone in the hall stood an answering machine. He played the tape, and heard Moira Bitter's voice. "Hello, this is Moira. I'm out, I'm in the bath, or I'm otherwise engaged." A giggle. "Leave a message and I'll get back to you, unless you sound boring." There was only one message. Rebus listened to it, then wound back the tape, and listened again. "Hello, Moira, it's John. I got your message. I'm coming over. Hope you're not otherwise engaged. Love you." John McFarlane. Rebus didn't doubt the identity of the caller. Moira sounded fresh and fancy-free in her message, but did McFarlane's response hint at jealousy? Perhaps she had been otherwise engaged when he'd arrived. He lost his temper, blind rage, a knife lying handy. Rebus had seen it before. Most victims knew their attackers. If that were not the case, the police wouldn't solve so many crimes. It was a blunt fact. You double-bolted your door against the psychopath with the chainsaw, only to be stabbed in the back by your lover, husband, son, or neighbor. John McFarlane was as guilty as hell. They would find blood on his clothes, even if he tried cleaning it off. He had stabbed his girlfriend, then calmed down and called in to report the crime, but had grown frightened at the end and had attempted to flee. The only question left in Rebus's mind was the why. The why, and those missing 2 hours. Edinburgh through the night, the occasional taxi rippling across sets, and lone, shadowy figures slouching home with hands in pockets, shoulders hunched. During the night hours, the sick and the old died peacefully, either at home or in some hospital ward. 2 in the morning until 4, the dead hours. And then some died horribly, with terror in their eyes. The taxis still rumbled past. The night people kept moving. Rebus let his car idle at traffic lights, missing the change to green, only coming to his senses as amber turned red again. Glasgow Rangers were coming to town on Saturday. There would be casual violence. Rebus felt comfortable with the thought. The worst football hooligan could probably not have stabbed with the same ferocity as Moira Bitter's killer. Rebus lowered his eyebrows. He was rousing himself to fury, keen for confrontation. Confrontation with the murderer himself. John McFarlane was crying as he was led into the interrogation room, where Rebus had made himself look comfortable, cigarette in one hand, coffee in the other. Rebus had expected a lot of things, but not tears. "Would you like something to drink?" he asked. McFarlane shook his head. He had slumped into the chair on the other side of the desk, his shoulders sagging, head bowed, and the sobs still coming from his throat. He mumbled something. "I didn't catch that," said Rebus. "I said I didn't do it," McFarlane answered quietly. "How could I do it? I love Moira." Rebus noted the present tense. He gestured towards the tape machine on the desk. "Do you have any objections to my making a recording of this interview?" McFarlane shook his head again. Rebus switched on the machine. He flicked ash from his cigarette onto the floor, sipped his coffee, and waited. Eventually, McFarlane looked up. His eyes were stinging red. Rebus stared hard into those eyes, but still said nothing. McFarlane seemed to be calming, seemed, too, to know what was expected of him. He asked for a cigarette, was given one, and started to speak. "I'd been out in my car, just driving, thinking." Rebus interrupted him. "What time was this?" "Well," said McFarlane, "ever since I left work, I suppose. I'm an architect. There's a competition on just now to design a new art gallery and museum complex in Stirling. Our partnership's going in for it. We were discussing ideas most of the day, brainstorming." He looked up at Rebus again, and Rebus nodded. Brainstorm. Now there was an interesting word. "And after work," McFarlane continued, "I was so fired up I just felt like driving, going over the different options and plans in my head, working out which was strongest." He broke off, realizing perhaps that he was talking in a rush, without thought or caution. He swallowed and inhaled some smoke. Rebus was studying McFarlane's clothes. Expensive leather brogues, brown corduroy trousers, a thick white cotton shirt, the kind cricketers wore, open at the neck, a tailor-made tweed jacket. McFarlane's 3 Series BMW was parked in the police garage, being searched. His pockets had been emptied, a Liberty print tie confiscated in case he had ideas about hanging himself. His brogues, too, were without their laces, these having been confiscated along with the tie. Rebus had gone through the belongings. A wallet, not exactly bulging with money, but containing a fair spread of credit cards. There were more cards, too, in McFarlane's personal organizer. Rebus flipped through the diary pages, then turned to the sections for notes and for addresses. McFarlane seemed to lead a busy, but quite normal social life. Rebus studied him now, across the expanse of the old table. McFarlane was well built, handsome if you like that sort of thing. He looked strong, but not brutish. Probably he would make the local news headlines as Secretary's Yuppie Killer. Rebus stubbed out his cigarette. "We know you did it, John. That's not in dispute. We just want to know why." McFarlane's voice was brittle with emotion. "I swear I didn't! I swear!" "You're going to have to do better than that." Rebus paused again. Tears were dripping onto McFarlane's corduroys. "Go on with your story," he said. McFarlane shrugged. "That's about it," he said, wiping his nose with the sleeve of his shirt. Rebus prompted him. "You didn't stop off anywhere for petrol or a meal or anything like that?" He sounded skeptical. McFarlane shook his head. "No, I just drove until my head was clear. I went all the way to the Forth Road Bridge, turned off and went into Queen's Ferry. Got out of the car to have a look at the water, threw a few stones in, for luck." He smiled at the irony. "Then drove round the coast road and back into Edinburgh." "Nobody saw you. You didn't speak to anyone?" "Not that I can remember." "And you didn't get hungry?" Rebus sounded entirely unconvinced. "We'd had a business lunch with a client. We took him to the Eyrie. After lunch there, I seldom need to eat until the next morning." The Eyrie was Edinburgh's most expensive restaurant. You didn't go there to eat. You went there to spend money. Rebus was feeling peckish himself. The canteen did a fine bacon butty. "When did you last see Miss Bitter alive?" At the word alive, McFarlane shivered. It took him a long time to answer. Rebus watched the tape revolving. "Yesterday morning," McFarlane said at last. "She stayed the night at my flat." "How long have you known her?" "About a year. But I only started going out with her a couple of months ago." "Oh? And how did you know her before that?" McFarlane paused. "She was Kenneth's girlfriend," he said at last. "Kenneth being—" McFarlane's cheeks reddened before he spoke. "My best friend," he said. "Kenneth was my best friend. You could say I stole her from him. These things happen, don't they?" Rebus raised an eyebrow. "Do they?" he said. McFarlane bowed his head again. "Can I have a coffee?" he asked quietly. Rebus nodded, then lit another cigarette. McFarlane sipped the coffee, holding it in both hands like a shipwreck survivor. Rebus rubbed his nose and stretched, feeling tired. He checked his watch. 8 in the morning. What a life. He had eaten 2 bacon rolls, and a string of rind curled across the plate in front of him. McFarlane had refused food, but finished the first cup of coffee in 2 gulps, and gratefully accepted a second. "So," Rebus said, "you drove back into town." "That's right." McFarlane took another sip of coffee. "I don't know why, but I decided to check my answering machine for calls." "You mean when you got home?" McFarlane shook his head. "No, from the car. I called home from my car phone and got the answering machine to play back any messages." Rebus was impressed. "That's clever," he said. McFarlane smiled again, but the smile soon vanished. "One of the messages was from Moira," he said. "She wanted to see me." "At that hour?" McFarlane shrugged. "Did she say why she wanted to see you?" "No, she sounded strange." "Strange?" "A bit, I don't know, distant maybe. Did you get the feeling she was on her own when she called? I've no idea. Did you call her back? Yes. Her answering machine was on. I left the message. Would you say you're the jealous type, Mr. McFarlane? What? McFarlane sounded surprised by the question. He seemed to give it serious thought. No more so than the next man, he said at last. Why would anyone want to kill her? McFarlane stared at the table, shaking his head slowly. Go on, said Rebus, sighing, growing impatient. You were saying how you got her message. Well, I went straight to her flat. It was late, but I knew if she was asleep I could always let myself in. Oh? Rebus was interested. How? I had a spare key, McFarlane explained. Rebus got up from his chair and walked to the far wall and back, deep in thought. I don't suppose, he said, you've got any idea when Moira made that call? McFarlane shook his head. But the machine will have logged it, he said. Rebus was more impressed than ever. Technology was a wonderful thing. What's more, he was impressed by McFarlane. If the man was a murderer, then he was a very good one, for he had fooled Rebus into thinking him innocent. It was crazy. There was nothing to point to him not being guilty. But, all the same, a feeling was a feeling, and Rebus most definitely had a feeling. I want to see that machine, he said, and I want to hear the message on it. I want to hear Moira's last words. It was interesting how the simplest cases could become so complex. There was still no doubt in the minds of those around Rebus, his superiors and those below him, that John McFarlane was guilty of murder. They had all the proof they needed, every last bit of it circumstantial. McFarlane's car was clean, no blood-stained clothes stashed in the boot. There were no prints on the chopping knife, though McFarlane's prints were found elsewhere in the flat, not surprising, given that he'd visited that night, as well as on many a previous one. No prints either on the kitchen sink and taps, though the murderer had washed a bloody knife. Rebus thought that curious, and as for the motive, jealousy, a falling out, a past indiscretion discovered, the CID had seen them all. Murder by stabbing was confirmed, and the time of death narrowed down to a quarter of an hour either side of 3 in the morning. McFarlane claimed that at that time he was driving towards Edinburgh, but had no witnesses to corroborate the claim. There was no blood to be found on McFarlane's clothing, but, as Rebus himself knew, that didn't mean the man wasn't a killer. More interesting, however, was that McFarlane denied making the call to the police. Yet someone, in fact whoever murdered Moira Bitter, had made it. And more interesting even than this was the telephone answering machine. Rebus went to McFarlane's flat in Liberton to investigate. The traffic was busy coming into town, but quiet heading out. Liberton was one of Edinburgh's many anonymous middle-class districts. Substantial houses, small shops, a busy thoroughfare. It looked innocuous at midnight, and was even safer by day. What McFarlane had termed a flat comprised, in fact, the top 2 stories of a vast detached house. Rebus roamed the building, not sure if he was looking for anything in particular. He found little. McFarlane led a rigorous and regimented life, and had the home to accommodate such a lifestyle. One room had been turned into a makeshift gymnasium, with weightlifting equipment and the like. There was an office for business use, a study for private use. The main bedroom was decidedly masculine in taste, though a framed painting of a naked woman had been removed from one wall and tucked behind a chair. Rebus thought he detected Moira Bitter's influence at work. In the wardrobe were a few pieces of her clothing and a pair of her shoes. A snapshot of her had been framed and placed on McFarlane's bedside table. Rebus studied the photograph for a long time, then sighed and left the bedroom, closing the door after him. Who knew when John McFarlane would see his home again? The answering machine was in the living room. Rebus played the tape of the previous night's calls. Moira Bitter's voice was clipped and confident, her message to the point. "Hello." Then a pause. "I need to see you. Come round as soon as you get this message. Love you. McFarlane had told Rebus that the display unit on the machine showed time of call. Moira's call registered at 3:50 a.m., about 45 minutes after her death. There was room for some discrepancy, but not 3/4 of an hour's worth. Rebus scratched his chin and pondered. He played the tape again. Hello. Then the pause. I need to see you. He stopped the tape and played it again, this time with the volume up and his ear close to the machine. That pause was curious, and the sound quality on the tape was poor. He rewound and listened to another call from the same evening. The quality was better, the voice much clearer. Then he listened to Moira again. Were these recording machines infallible? Of course not. The time displayed could have been tampered with. The recording itself could be a fake. After all, whose word did he have that this was the voice of Moira Bitter? Only John McFarlane's. But John McFarlane had been caught leaving the scene of a murder. And now Rebus was being presented with a sort of an alibi for the man. Yes, the tape could well be a fake, used by McFarlane to substantiate his story, but stupidly not put into use until after the time of death. Still, from what Rebus had heard from Moira's own answering machine, the voice was certainly similar to her own. The lab boys could sort it out with their clever machines. One technician in particular owed him a rather large favour. Rebus shook his head. This still wasn't making much sense. He played the tape again and again. Hello. Pause. I need to see you. Hello. Pause. I need to see you. Hello. Pause. I need... And suddenly it became a little clearer in his mind. He ejected the tape and slipped it into his jacket pocket, then picked up the telephone and called the station. He asked to speak to Detective Constable Brian Holmes. The voice, when it came on the line, was tired, but amused. "Don't tell me," Holmes said. "Let me guess. You want me to drop everything and run an errand for you." "You must be psychic, Brian. 2 errands, really. Firstly, last night's calls. Get the recording of them and search for one from John McFarlane, claiming he'd just killed his girlfriend. Make a copy of it and wait there for me. I've got another tape for you, and I want them both taken to the lab. Warn them you're coming. And tell them it's priority. I know, it's always priority. They'll say what they always say. Give us 4 days. Not this time, Rebus said. Ask for Bill Costain and tell him Rebus is collecting on his favour. He's to shelve what he's doing. I want a result today, not next week. What's the favour you're collecting on? I caught him smoking dope in the lab toilets last month. Holmes laughed. The world's going to pot, he said. Rebus groaned at the joke and put down the receiver. He needed to speak with John McFarlane again. Not about lovers this time, but about friends. Rebus rang the doorbell a 3rd time, and at last heard a voice from within. "Jesus! Hold on, I'm coming!" The man who answered the door was tall, thin, with wire-framed glasses perched on his nose. He peered at Rebus, and ran his fingers through his hair. "Mr. Thompson?" Rebus asked. "Kenneth Thompson?" "Yes," said the man. "That's right." Rebus flipped open his ID. "Detective Inspector John Rebus," he said, by way of introduction. "May I come in?" Kenneth Thompson held open the door. "Please do," he said. "Will a cheque be all right?" "A cheque?" "I take it you're here about the parking tickets," said Thompson. "I'd have got round to them eventually, believe me. It's just that I've been hellish busy, and what with one thing and another—" "No, sir," said Rebus, his smile as cold as a church pew. "Nothing to do with parking fines." "Oh?" Thompson pushed his glasses back up his nose and looked at Rebus. "Then what's the problem?" "It's about Miss Moira Bitter," said Rebus. "Moira? What about her?" "She's dead, sir." Rebus had followed Thompson into a cluttered room overflowing with bundles of magazines and newspapers. A hi-fi sat in one corner, and covering the wall next to it were shelves filled with cassette tapes. These had an orderly look to them, as though they had been indexed, each tape spine carrying an identifying number. Thompson, who had been clearing a chair for Rebus to sit on, froze at the detective's words. "Dead?" he gasped. "How?" "She was murdered, sir. We think John McFarlane did it." "John!" Thompson's face was quizzical, then sceptical, then resigned. "But why?" "We don't know that yet, sir. I thought you might be able to help." "Of course I'll help if I can. Sit down, please." Rebus perched on the chair, while Thompson pushed aside some newspapers and settled himself on the sofa. "You're a writer, I believe," said Rebus. Thompson nodded distractedly. "Yes," he said. "Freelance journalism, food and drink, travel, that sort of thing. Plus the occasional commission to write a book. That's what I'm doing now, actually, writing a book." "Oh? I like books myself. What's it about?" "Don't laugh," said Thompson, "but it's a history of the haggis." "The haggis?" Rebus couldn't disguise a smile in his voice, warmer this time. The church pew had been given a cushion. He cleared his throat noisily, glancing around the room, noting the piles of books leaning precariously against walls, the files and folders and newsprint cuttings. "You must do a lot of research," he said appreciatively. "Sometimes," said Thompson. Then he shook his head. "I still can't believe it. About Moira, I mean. About John." Rebus took out his notebook, more for effect than anything else. "You were Miss Bitter's lover for a while," he stated. "That's right, Inspector." "But then she went off with Mr. McFarlane." "Right again." A hint of bitterness had crept into Thompson's voice. "I was very angry at the time, but I got over it." "Did you still see Miss Bitter?" "No." "What about Mr. McFarlane?" "No again." "We spoke on the telephone a couple of times. It always seemed to end in a shouting match. We used to be like... well, it's a cliché, I suppose, but we used to be like brothers." "Yes," said Rebus. "So Mr. McFarlane told me." "Oh?" Thompson sounded interested. "What else did he say?" "Not much, really." Rebus rose from his perch and went to the window, holding aside the net curtain to stare out onto the street below. "He said you'd known each other for years." "Since school," Thompson added. Rebus nodded. "And he said you drove a black Ford Escort. That'll be it down there, parked across the street?" Thompson came to the window. "Yes," he agreed uncertainly. "That's it. But I don't see what—" "I noticed it as I was parking my own car," Rebus continued, brushing past Thompson's interruption. He let the curtain fall and turned back into the room. "I notice you've got a car alarm. I suppose you must get a lot of burglaries around here." "It's not the most salubrious part of town," Thompson said. "Not all writers are like Geoffrey Archer." "Did money have anything to do with it?" Rebus asked. Thompson paused. "With what, Inspector?" "With Miss Bitter leaving you for Mr. McFarlane. He's not short of a bob or two, is he?" Thompson's voice rose perceptibly. "Look, I really can't see what this has to do with—" "Your car was broken into a few months ago, wasn't it?" Rebus was examining a pile of magazines on the floor now. "I saw the report. They stole your radio and your car phone." "Yes." "I notice you've replaced the car phone." He glanced up at Thompson, smiled, and continued browsing. "Of course," said Thompson. He seemed confused now, unable to fathom where the conversation was leading. "A journalist would need a car phone, wouldn't he?" Rebus observed. "So people could keep in touch, contact him at any time. Is that right?" "Absolutely right, Inspector." Rebus threw the magazine back onto the pile and nodded slowly. "Great things. Car phones." He walked over towards Thompson's desk. It was a small flat. This room obviously served a double purpose as study and living room. Not that Thompson entertained many visitors. He was too aggressive for many people, too secretive for others. So John McFarlane had said. On the desk there was more clutter, though in some appearance of organization. There was also a neat word processor, and beside it a telephone. And, next to the telephone, sat an answering machine. "Yes," Rebus repeated. "You need to be in contact." Rebus smiled towards Thompson. "Communication. That's the secret. And I'll tell you something else about journalists." "What?" Unable to comprehend Rebus's direction, Thompson's tone had become that of someone bored with a conversation. He shoved his hands deep into his pockets. "Journalists are hoarders." Rebus made this sound like some great wisdom. His eyes took in the room again. "I mean, near pathological hoarders. They can't bear to throw things away because they never know when something might become useful. Am I right?" Thompson shrugged. "Yes," said Rebus. "I bet I am. Look at these cassettes, for example." He went to where the rows of tapes were neatly displayed. "What are they? Interviews, that sort of thing?" "Mostly, yes," Thompson agreed. "And you still keep them, even though they're years old?" Thompson shrugged again. "So I'm a hoarder." But Rebus had noticed something on the top shelf, some brown cardboard boxes. He reached up and lifted one down. Inside were more tapes, marked with months and years, but these tapes were smaller. Rebus gestured with the box towards Thompson, his eyes seeking an explanation. Thompson smiled, uneasily. "Answering machine messages," he said. "You keep these too?" Rebus sounded amazed. "Well," Thompson said, "someone may agree to something over the phone, an interview or something, then deny it later. I need them as records of promises made." Rebus nodded, understanding now. He replaced the brown box on its shelf. He still had his back to Thompson when the telephone rang, a sharp electronic sound. "Sorry," Thompson apologized, going to answer it. "Not at all." Thompson picked up the receiver. "Hello?" He listened, then frowned. "Of course," he said finally, holding the receiver out towards Rebus. "It's for you, Inspector." Rebus raised a surprised eyebrow and accepted the receiver. It was, as he had known it would be, Detective Constable Holmes. "Okay," Holmes said. "Costain no longer owes you that favour. He's listened to both tapes. He hasn't run all the necessary tests yet, but he's pretty convinced." "Go on." Rebus was looking at Thompson, who was sitting, hands clasping knees on the arm of the chair. "The call we received last night," said Holmes, "the one from John McFarlane admitting to the murder of Moira Bitter, originated from a portable telephone." "Interesting," said Rebus, his eyes on Thompson. "And what about the other one?" "Well, the tape you gave me seems to be twice removed." "What does that mean?" "It means," said Holmes, "that according to Costain, it's not just a recording, it's the recording of a recording." Rebus nodded, satisfied. "Okay, thanks, Brian." He put down the receiver. "Good news or bad?" Thompson asked. "A bit of both," answered Rebus thoughtfully. Thompson had risen to his feet. "I feel like a drink, Inspector. Can I get you one?" "It's a bit early for me, I'm afraid," Rebus said, looking at his watch. It was 11 o'clock, opening time. All right," he said. "Just a small one." "The whiskey's in the kitchen," Thompson explained. "I'll just be a moment." "Fine, sir, fine." Rebus listened as Thompson left the room and headed off towards the kitchen. He stood beside the desk, thinking through what he now knew. Then, hearing Thompson returning from the kitchen, floorboards bending beneath his weight, he picked up the waste paper basket from below the desk and, as Thompson entered the room, proceeded to empty the contents in a heap on the sofa. Thompson stood in the doorway, a glass of whiskey in each hand, dumbstruck. "What on earth are you doing?" he spluttered at last. But Rebus ignored him and started to pick through the now strewn contents of the bin, talking as he searched. "It was pretty close to being foolproof, Mr. Thompson. Let me explain. The killer went to Moira Bitter's flat and talked her into letting him in, despite the late hour. He murdered her quite callously. Let's make no mistake about that. I've never seen so much premeditation in a case before. He cleaned the knife and returned it to its drawer. He was wearing gloves, of course, knowing John McFarlane's fingerprints would be all over the flat, and he cleaned the knife precisely to disguise the fact that he had worn gloves. McFarlane, you see, had not. Thompson took a gulp from one glass, but otherwise seemed rooted to the spot. His eyes had become vacant, as though picturing Rebus's story in his mind. McFarlane, Rebus continued, still rummaging, was summoned to Moira's flat. The message did come from her. He knew her voice well enough not to be fooled by someone else's voice. The killer sat outside Moira's flat, sat waiting for McFarlane to arrive. Then the killer made one last call, this one to the police, in the guise of a hysterical McFarlane. We know this last call was made on a car phone. The lab boys are very clever that way. The police are hoarders too, you see, Mr. Thompson. We make recordings of emergency calls made to us. It won't be hard to voice print that call and try to match it to John McFarlane. But it won't be John McFarlane, will it? Rebus paused for effect. It'll be you. Thompson gave a thin smile, but his grip on the two glasses had grown less steady, and whiskey was dribbling from the angled lip of one of them. Aha! Rebus had found what he was looking for in the contents of the bin. With a pleased-as-punch grin on his unshaven, sleepless face, he pinched forefinger and thumb together and lifted them for his own and Thompson's inspection. He was holding a tiny sliver of brown recording tape. You see, he continued, the killer had to lure McFarlane to the murder scene. Having killed Moira, he went to his car, as I've said. There, he had his portable telephone and a cassette recorder. He was a hoarder. He had kept all his answering machine tapes, including messages left by Moira at the height of their affair. He found the message he needed, and he spliced it. He played this message to John McFarlane's answering machine. All he had to do after that was wait. The message McFarlane received was, "Hello, I need to see you." There was a pause after the hello, and that pause was where the splice was made in the tape, excising this. Rebus looked at the sliver of tape. The one word Kenneth. "Hello, Kenneth, I need to see you." It was Moira Bitter talking to you, Mr. Thompson. Talking to you a long time ago. Thompson hurled both glasses at once, so that they arrowed in towards Rebus, who ducked. The glasses collided above his head, shards raining down on him. Thompson had reached the front door, had hauled it open even, before Rebus was on him, lunging, pushing the younger man forward through the doorway and onto the tenement landing. Thompson's head hit the metal rails with a muted chime, and he let out a single moan before collapsing. Rebus shook himself free of glass, feeling one or two tiny pieces nick him as he brushed a hand across his face. He brought a hand to his nose and inhaled deeply. His father had always said whiskey would put hairs on his chest. Rebus wondered if the same miracle might be effected on his temples and the crown of his head. It had been the perfect murder. Well, almost. But Kenneth Thompson had reckoned without Rebus's ability actually to believe someone innocent, despite the evidence against him. The case against John McFarlane had been overwhelming, yet Rebus, feeling it to be wrong, had been forced to invent other scenarios, other motives, and other means to the fairly chilling end. It wasn't enough that Moira had died at the hands of someone she knew. McFarlane had to be implicated in her murder. The killer had been out to tag them both. But it was Moira the killer hated. Hated because she had broken a friendship, as well as a heart. Rebus stood on the steps of the police station. Thompson was in a cell somewhere below his feet, somewhere below ground level, confessing to everything. He would go to jail, while John McFarlane, perhaps not realizing his luck, had already been freed. The streets were busy now. Lunchtime traffic, the reliable noises of the everyday. The sun was even managing to burst from its slumber. All of which reminded Rebus that his day was over. Time, all in all he felt, for a short visit home, a shower, and a change of clothes, and, God and the devil willing, some sleep.
Luckybitch. The last thing I want anyone thinking is I fell over because I'm old. I'll be able to move this arm in a minute, and then I'll get the other one out from under me and press the panic button. And some divine young man will turn up in a uniform, and I'll tell him I pressed the button by mistake, and I'm simply looking for a contact lens. Sometimes I'm so uniquely resourceful and clever, I actually feel quite overcome. Christ, though, I could murder a Mai Tai. I was drunk. That's right. I'll tell them I was bloody well drunk and drop my contact lens on the floor, and I'm looking for it. I've just had a frightful thought. I look like one of those ads in the Sunday supplements. Mrs. Hope knows help is coming, with some ghastly grey-haired old dear lying prone with her tweed skirt riding up over a pair of elastic stockings. Ugh, grey hair. Why would any woman let herself go like that? It's like wearing a sign on your head saying, "Old lady." Obviously everyone thinks I'm a natural blonde, and quite frankly it was a godsend when I went grey. Not that I am grey, obviously, but hypothetically speaking. Should I not have been a natural blonde, and should I then have had the misfortune to turn prematurely grey, it would have been a godsend, because then you don't have to bleach. And if you run ivory highlights through, you can leave the roots for 6 to 8 weeks, and nobody notices a thing. The panic button was not actually installed for this sort of carry-on, of course. It was Lisa who made me fit it. It's not in case I fall over and wet myself. But now I come to mention it, well, at least I'm in the bathroom and it's a tiled floor. But as I told Lisa when she insisted, I'll only have a button if it's strictly for intruders. I mean, imagine! A man could burst in here and do anything he wanted with me. Anything! I'd be helpless. A fragile, helpless creature in the power of a ruthless brute, hell-bent on getting what he wanted, and only wanting one goddamn thing. Mark used to call me the Hampshire Grace Kelly. She gave the best blowjob in Hollywood. The bed was my stage, darlings. And if one has to take repeated bows, then one simply does. But one doesn't have to swallow. That's what I say to Lisa when she goes on about boundaries this and boundaries that. I know, darling, one doesn't need a self-help book to have boundaries. I never swallowed. I don't know what happened to the poor girl's sense of humour. You'd think with a combination of my genes and Jean Paul's, she would have been able to raise a smile. Christ, this is boring. What I don't understand is how I ended up down here in the first place. It's still light, so it can't have been that long, unless it was dark when I fell. At least I'm wearing a Escada. But you see, that must mean I was going somewhere. So surely whoever I was meeting would have thought to drop by. Unless it was to shop. If I could get one of my hands up, I could see what colour lipstick I've got. But you see, one of my bloody arms is underneath me, and for some reason the other one won't move. My mouth feels so strange. I'm so thirsty. Maybe I'll sleep. It's dark. What's happening? I'm going to die. Die! Die! I've been here forever. I'm dying. Dying! Ah! Now, come along, you delirious fool. There's absolutely no point in being histrionic if there's no one around to buy one a trinket. I must have been asleep or something. There are worse places to sleep. I remember Claude and I sleeping on the railway station platform at Arles and being pissed on by a filthy French guard. We made love under a coat. Imagine! It was jolly good, actually. Bit cold on the derrière. In fact, the whole scene was bizarrely similar to this one, give or take Claude and his persistent erection. It was so heavenly that year. I remember sitting in the square in Saint-Paul-de-Vence with Chèvre and a bottle of Saint-Remy, and Claude accusing me of sleeping with Matisse on the construction site for his chapel. "Don't be absurd," I said. "It's a consecrated site. And besides, I'd have got all painty." Actually, it was a room in the Colombe d'Or, and I knew it was naughty. I do worry about Lisa, inasmuch as one ever actually worries about anything. I always consider worrying as utterly pointless as feeling guilt or expecting gratitude for one's largesse. I remember Ernest remarking to me when he'd taken a bunch of ghastly people to a bullfight that gratitude actually doesn't exist, only the expectation of gratitude. Oh dear, I do wish I hadn't fallen on my front. This is awfully hard on the neck, really, and so ungainly. Maybe a doctor will come. I do so adore doctors. What was that boy called when I was first expecting Lisa? Dr. someone or other. Those hands. Now that was one instant when I did hold myself back. I mean, my unborn child. The Hippocratic Oath. Frankly, I always regretted it. You see, one never wants to be overly maternal. Hasn't one done enough by giving birth? It was like passing a grapefruit. No, I've merely tried to give her a sense of joy and life, and refrain from bossing her about. After the nightmare I had with my own bloody mother, I always said I'll never be the sort who gives advice when it isn't asked for, or worse, who gives advice whilst pretending not to. So why the bloody hell does she do it to me? Boss, boss, boss. It's the oddest thing. She couldn't have had more fun when she was small, bobbing about in the back of the car, racing round and round the cap, from one terrace to another, and half the girls in her school had never even been on the continent. But does she have fun? No. She works, she works, she works. I've never smelt a whiff of perfume on the girl, and the whole delightful frisson of sex and flirtation and the illicit affair seems to have disappeared in a fug of angsting about the whys and wherefores, and respect and independence and blah, blah, blah. I mean, of course I realise I should never have flirted with that banker fellow she brought round here, but really it was the slightest thing. I was merely sounding him out to check his responses. How was I to know he was going to start calling me? Daphne and I used to have a little code. Yells. Young enough to be legal son. But I bet Daphne wishes she had lived long enough to wrestle with a yelg. Oh, goodness, I wish I could call Daphne. Darling, young enough to be legal grandson. Is that too young, is it? You don't think so? Oh, whizzo. Must dash. Love you, bye. I could murder a bit of ham. People survive for days in the desert. It's the water that kills you. Oh, Christ, I hope I'm not going to be some sort of ghastly stroke victim with a lopsided mouth. Maybe collagen could sort it out, and incontinence pads. Now, I'm not going to think about that. There's nothing to be gained. I shall tell them I was drunk and stick to it. Drunk, drunk, drunkety-drunk. Oh, the fun I've had when I've been drunk. Now, you see, Lisa never seems to drink a thing except cups of hot steam. I can't understand why she makes such a meal over men. She seems to expect them to behave like women. She's always trying to get them to talk about relationships. She goes, I called him and I said, we're going to have a serious talk. I need to talk about how it's going. What are the poor things going to say? They don't simply have the vocabulary. I don't think I heard her father say one word about his feelings ever, unless he was drunk, and then I'd just pat him on the arm and put him to bed. Oh, I tell a lie. When he died, It was the drink, of course. His liver was completely shot. Not that he was an alcoholic. He was French. When he died, he held my hand, he said, "Lucky," he said, "you were formidable, formidable." He said it the French way, and then the English way. And then he died. Oh, my Christ alive! I'm not going to have any last words. I'm going to die here alone, on this cold floor, in an ungainly position, like an incontinent geriatric. Alone! And dead, and not looking pretty. Ah! Help me! Help! Look, I'm not going to die here, and that's that. It's simply not the way for one to go. I should be strangled in a sports car with a long silk scarf, or beheaded in a coupe. Of course, Jane Mansfield wasn't actually beheaded. It was a wig. Her wig was on the dashboard, and the reporters thought it was her head. Silly boys. And the last Lisa had before the banker. What was his name? Frankly, he was wet as a drip. What was his name? Lisa's boyfriend. Peter or something. Steve. Ken. Frankly, I'd rather sleep with a North Sea halibut. But I do want her to be happy. I really do. She seems to think she has to carry the burden of the whole world and its woes on her shoulders. I say to her, what is one here for, if not to be happy? I don't mean that one doesn't care about others, the poor. And then she goes on about principles and the meaning of life. It just makes me want to drag her into Phoenix to shut her up. The thing is, she never understands quite how profound I actually am. Making oneself happy doesn't make one selfish. Well, except it does. One just takes care of oneself and assumes everyone else is taking care of themselves. And then, if someone actually can't help themselves, one helps them to do so. But goodness me, all these causes and principles and angsting and... what was that banker chap's name? James or Jeremy? Something terribly anglais. Do you know, the other day I actually found myself trying to remember who it was whose name I had forgotten. James, I think it was. He was really quite an attractive boy. Do you know who he reminded me of? Sinatra. Now that was something I never told any of them except Daphne. He was really quite rough with one, though. No finesse. And having seen him so close to, I've been completely convinced ever since I saw her that Mia Farrow was Frank's daughter. Think about it. They're virtually identical. Of course, Lisa says it's nonsense, and people always date people who look like them. But why else would they have got divorced so quickly? James, so like Frank in a funny way. I suppose it was the suits. He didn't have Frank's swagger, of course. But you know, there they were, he and Lisa coming round here straight from work with their briefcases, and her all sort of busy and carrier bags from the supermarket sort of thing. She's a very attractive girl, but she doesn't use it. Well, of course, the minute he saw the cocktail shaker, and I put the music on, and, oh, my shoes. He loved the shoes. I've had them for 45 years, and they never fail. It's the way they elongate the foot, I think, and one's leg looks so delicate. Afterwards she said, "Mother, why on earth did you have to put on those shoes? It's an old people's home." Now that was cruel. It really isn't a home. It's more like, well, a condominium, as Frank would say. They have them in Palm Springs. I fully intend to go there. Fully. Once I'm up from this floor, I'm going. I don't care what she says. Actually, this James only called a couple of times and took me out once. And I used it as an opportunity to do some research. I always say, if one's seriously interested in a man, never ever let them maunder on about their girlfriend or their ex-girlfriend or prospective girlfriend. When he's on a date with you, no one else should exist. But I broke the rule because obviously with one's daughter's boyfriend, one can't really consider it a date. Now, I wasn't going to say anything ridiculous like, how's it going with Lisa? So I merely mentioned her name en passant. So then immediately it was like opening some sort of floodgate, and off he went. Well, you see, my last girlfriend's still very keen, and I think Lisa's looking for a commitment, and— "Stop right there," I said. "I haven't come out to listen to you boasting and whinging. Fetch me a martini." So, of course, a mimosa martini led to a whisky sour, which led to dinner, but I left him at the door, and, loyal to the last, immediately got on the phone to my daughter. I mean, that one sentence was enough. She's looking for a commitment. Dearie me. What did he think he was saying? She wants to marry me? It was absolutely insufferable assumptiveness. But more to the point, categoric proof that she was doing something dreadfully wrong. Of course, it was fine to give this James a slice of tongue pie. I mean, I'm not his bloody mother, am I? And I'd no intention of dating him after that. Besides, he's dating my daughter. "So how did it go with James?" she said icily. "You see, this is what she does to these men. I bet when James has seen this dreary ex-girlfriend, she goes, 'So how did it go with what's-her-name?' in that same martyrish accusing tone, when really she should be talking a bit racy and putting all thought of the other one clear out of his mind. 'Mother,' she said, 'how did it go?' 'How did what go?' I said. 'What is it? You see, I hate this it. It assumes. The drink with James, Mother. Remember? Earlier this evening.' I mean, really, when she talks like this, slowly and loudly, as if I'm deaf or something, it really brings out the worst in me. 'And who are you?' I said in a sort of wavery, dotty voice, as if I'd got Alzheimer's all of a sudden. 'It's Lisa, Mum. Remember? Lisa.' Anyone would have thought I was outer Mongolian and stone deaf. 'It's Lisa, your daughter.' 'Of course I know who you are, you bloody fool,' I rasped. And then suddenly I don't know what happened. I suppose it was the drink. 'I've just spent 4 hours with that puffed-up young chap of yours, and really, darling, if you don't change your tack a bit, he'll be bailing out with a head the size of an inflatable dinghy.' And then out it all popped. I was like a bottle of crystal that's been left in the freezer. 'You've got the whole thing completely wrong, darling. It's all very well saying you shouldn't use your attractiveness to get what you want, but look at the amount of time you spent trying to get what you want, using your bloody lawyer's training and arguing the silly boy into the ground about commitment, when if you had the first clue how to play your cards right, he'd be pursuing you round the Ritz bar with a Tiffany's box, because he simply can't get enough of you. What about mystery? What about allure? What's the point of marching the poor boy round Sainsbury's in a filthy mood, when you could be sliding your toe up his thigh in the Caprice while he slips his gold card to the garçon? You're a woman, darling, not some sort of Chinese co-worker in a communist cooperative. You're not supposed to be his equal, you're supposed to be his empress." I told her to get herself out of those ghastly stiff suits and buy herself something slinky. Oh dear, I really can't remember what I said. I think some of it might have been really rather louche. I feel so ashamed. I always said I'd never lecture her. Was it the day before yesterday? Has it been dark once? Before this? It's coming light now. Maybe that's why she hasn't come. Oh dear. And I was always complaining about her ringing every day and popping round, as if I was on the verge of death. And now, oh dear. Anyway, after my little outburst, there was the most filthy silence. "Mother," she said eventually in a clipped little voice, "have you been reading the rules?" "What rules? Don't be silly, darling. I don't need to read any rules. I've known them since I could walk." And then she was maundering on about some dating book and retrogressing and setting back the cause of feminism 500 years, which, as I said, is all very well except that a woman has her needs, and what's the point of being a feminist if you spend 90% of your time trying to turn a man into one too? Besides, if one doesn't get one's needs met, it makes one frightfully crotchety and frustrated, so how can one function effectively in the world? But all the time I was thinking the reason I knew what to do with men was that my mother drummed it into me like the bloody Sergeant Major of divas. But then the whole phone call with Lisa turned into a really quite dreadful scene, and I knew I had somehow deeply hurt her, and I never wanted to hurt my sweet little... Oh, God, please don't let me die. Please don't let me die, and I'll go to church in a veil and really cut down on the spirits. I won't drink a thing except champagne. But please, don't let me die and leave my little one like this. Please. I'd rather be a stroke victim with a saggy mouth. I really don't want to die. She put the phone down on me for the first time ever in our lives. And then I went for a bourbon and... Oh, my God. That's what it was. I was drunk. Oh, thank God, and all his saints above, I was bloody drunk. That's why I'm wearing the escada, because I'd been out with Jeremy, or whatever his name is, and then I came in here and sort of lurched at the basin, and then I suppose I sort of toppled off my lilac Dior's. Oh, Christ, what a ridiculous bloody fuss I've been making. I must have simply broken my arm, because I really can move the other. So if I haven't had a stroke, then everything's marvellous. And all I've got to do is sit, or maybe shit, it out, and try not to starve to death. And then everyone will make the most enormous fuss of my plaster cast and sign it and things. Maybe I could have it in pails, pale pink with a frill. Oh, it's the telephone, and I can't get to it. If I could just get my other arm from under me. Oh, the answer phone. Oh, it's Lisa. Mummy, it's me. She hasn't called me Mummy for so long. I'm so sorry I was angry on Friday, and I haven't called round. I thought about what you said, and you really do have a point. So I've shopped. You should see what I bought. And I wore them with James on Saturday night. And do you know, it's Monday morning now, and we've only just stopped shagging. So I'm just pulling up outside your block now. I'm on my way to work. I'm not checking up. It's just I've got a little something for you. If you're not there, I'll just let myself in and slip it on the table. Oh, Christ, Mother, I can hardly walk, and I've got a clouting hangover. But I'm so bleeding happy. There, you see. Sometimes I'm so uniquely intuitive and clever. I really feel quite overcome. Oh, here she is. There's the bell. There's the key in the door. Lisa, darling, I'm in the bathroom. I've fallen over, but you mustn't think it's because I'm old. I was drunk, darling. Absolutely bloody steaming.
NippleJesus. They never told me what it was, and they never told me why they might need someone like me. I probably wouldn't have taken the fucking job if they had, to tell you the truth. And if I'd been clever, I would have asked them on the first day, because, looking back on it now, I had a few clues to be going on with. We were all sat around in this staff room type place, being given all the do's and don'ts, and it never occurred to me that I was just about the only male under 60 they'd hired. There were a few middle-aged women, and a lot of old gits, semi-retired ex-army types, but there was only one bloke of around my age, and he was tiny. Little African geezer, Geoffrey, who looked like he'd run a mile if anything went off. But sometimes I forget what I look like, if you know what I mean. I was sitting there listening to what this woman was saying about flash photography and how close people were allowed to get and all that, and I was more like a head than a body sort of thing, because if you're listening to what someone's saying, that's what you are, isn't it? A head. A brain, not a body. But the point of me here, in this place, for this job, is that I'm 6'2" and 15 stone. It's not just that either, but I look, well, handy, I suppose. I look like I can take care of myself, what with the tattoos and the shaved head and all that. But sometimes I forget. I don't forget when I'm eyeballing some little shitbag outside a club. Some 19-year-old in a 200-quid jacket who's trying to impress his bird by giving me some mouth. But when I'm watching something on TV, like a documentary or something, or when I'm putting the kids to bed, or when I'm reading, I don't think, fucking hell, I'm big. Anyway, listening to this woman I forgot. So when she told me I'd been in the Southern Fried Chicken wing looking after number 49, I never asked her, why me? Why do you need a big bloke in the Southern? I just trotted off like a Burke. I never thought for a moment that I was on some sort of special mission. I took this job because I promised Lisa I'd give up the night work at the club. It wasn't so much the hours, 10 till 3 Monday to Thursday, 10 till 5 Friday and Saturday, club closed on Sunday. OK, they fucked the weekends up, and I never saw the kids in the morning, but I could pick them up from school, give them their tea, and Lisa didn't have to worry about childcare or anything. She works in a dentist's near Harley Street. Decent job, nice boss, good pay, normal hours. And with me being off all day, we could manage. I mean, it wasn't ideal, 'cause I never really saw her. By the time the kids were down, and we'd had something to eat, it was time for me to put the monkey suit on and go out. But we both sort of knew it was just a phase, and I'd do something else eventually, although fuck knows what. Never really thought about that. She asks me sometimes what I'd do if I had the choice, and I always tell her I'd be Tiger Woods, millions of dollars a week, afternoons knocking a golf ball about in places like Spain and Florida, gorgeous blonde girlfriends, except I never mention that bit. And she says, no, seriously. And I say, I am being serious. And she says, no, you've got to be realistic. So I say, well, what's the point of this game then? You're asking me what I'd do if I had the choice, and I tell you, and then you tell me I haven't got the fucking choice. So what am I supposed to say? And she says, but you're too old to be a professional golfer. And she's right. I'm 38 now. And you smoke too much. Like you can't play fucking golf if you smoke. Choose something else. And I say, okay then, I'll be fucking Richard Branson. And she says, well, you can't just start by being Richard Branson. You have to do something first. And I say, okay, I'll be a bouncer first. And she gives up. I know she means well. And I know she's trying to get me to think about my life and about getting older and all that. But the truth is, I'm 38. I've got no trade and no qualifications. And I'm lucky to get a job headbutting cokeheads outside a club. She's great, Lisa. And if you think about it, even her asking the question shows that she loves me and thinks the world of me. Because she really does think I've got choices, and someone else is going to have as much faith in me as she does. She wants me to say, oh, I'd like to run a DIY shop, or I'd like to be an accountant. And the next day she'd come back with a load of leaflets. But I don't want to run a DIY shop, and I don't want to be an accountant. I know what my talent is. My talent is being big, and I'm making the most of it. If anyone asks her what I do, she says I'm a security consultant. But if I'm around when she says it, I laugh and say I'm a bouncer. I don't know what she'd say now. Probably that I'm an art expert. You watch. Give her 2 weeks and she'll be on at me to write to Antiques Roadshow. I don't know what world she lives in sometimes. I think it's something to do with the dentists. She meets all these people, and they're loaded, and as thick as me, half of them. And she gets confused about what's possible and what's not. But like I said, it wasn't the hours at the club. There were a couple of nasty moments recently, and I told her about them, because they frightened me. So of course, she did her nut, and I promised her I'd pack it in. See, the trouble is now, it doesn't matter how handy you are. I mean, half of those kids who went down Casablancas, I literally could pick them up by the neck with one hand. And when you can do that, put it this way, I didn't need to change my underpants too often. I do anyway, though, every day, in case you're thinking I'm an unhygienic bastard. But now everyone's tooled up. No one says, I'm going to have you. They all say, I'm going to cut you, or I'm going to stab you. And I'm going, yeah. And then they show you what they've got, and you think, fucking hell, this isn't funny anymore. Because how can you look after yourself if someone's got a knife? You can't. Anyway, about a month ago, I threw this nasty little piece of work out of the club because he'd pushed it too far with a girl who was in there with her mates. And to be honest, I probably slapped him once more than was strictly necessary, because he really got on my fucking nerves. And the next thing I know, he's got this thing, I've never seen anything like it before. But it was a sort of spike, about 6 inches long, sharp as fuck and rusty, and he starts jabbing it at me and telling me that I was dead. I was lucky because he was scared, and he was holding this thing all wrong, so it was pointing down at the ground instead of towards me. So I kicked his hand as hard as I fucking could, and he dropped it. And I jumped on him. We called the police and they nicked him, but when they'd gone I knocked off. I'd had enough. I know what people think. They think that if that's the sort of job you choose, you're asking for whatever you get. And you probably want it too, because you're a big ape who likes hurting people. Well, bollocks. I don't like hurting people. For me, a good night at Casablanca's is one where nothing's happened at all. I mean, okay, I'll probably have to stop a couple of people coming in because they're underage or bombed out of their brains. But I see my job as allowing people to have a good time without fear of arseholes. Really, I do. I mean, okay, I'm not Mother Teresa or anything. I'm not doing good works or saving the world. But it's not such a shitty job if you look at it like that. But I'm a family man. I can't have people waving rusty spikes at me at 2 a.m. I don't want to die outside some poxy club. So I told Lisa about it. And we talked. And I packed it in. I was lucky because I was only out of work for a fortnight. They wouldn't let me draw the dole because I'd left my previous employment voluntarily. But this geezer had a rusty spike, I said. Well, you should have taken it up with your employers, she said. Like they would have offered me a desk job, or given the kid with a spike a written warning. It didn't matter much, though, because I found this one pretty much straight away, at an employment bureau. The money's a lot less, but the hours are better. I was well chuffed. How hard can it be, I thought, standing in front of a painting? So, we had the induction hour, and then we were led through the gallery to our positions. On the way, I was trying to work out whether I'd ever been in an art gallery before or not. You'd think I'd remember, but the trouble is, art galleries look exactly like you think they're going to look. A load of corridors with pictures hanging on them and people wandering around. So how would I know if I've been to one before? It feels like I have, but maybe I've just seen one on the telly or in the films. There's that bit in Dressed to Kill, isn't there, where that bloke's trying to pick her up, and they keep seeing each other in different rooms. I can say this for sure, though. I've never had a good time in one. If I have ever been, it was on a school trip, and I was bored out of my skull, like on just about every school trip I was taken. The only one I remember now is when we went to some Roman ruins somewhere, and I nicked a few stones out of this mosaic thing. I stood on the edge and loosened a few with my foot, and while the teacher was talking, I crouched down as if to do up my shoelace and slipped a few in my pocket. And when we got back on the coach, I showed all the other lads what I'd done, and it turned out they'd all done exactly the same, and we were holding half the fucking floor in our hands. And the next thing we knew, the bloke in charge of the place was chasing the coach down the street, and we all had to go to the front and put what we'd nicked into a carrier bag. We got in a lot of trouble for that. Anyway, what I reckon is, we did go to an art gallery somewhere, and I don't remember, because nobody walked off with a painting. The thing is, this gallery's like the normal sort of gallery for the first few rooms. Pictures of fruit and all that. And then it starts to go weird. First, we went through a couple of rooms where the pictures aren't pictures of anything, just splodges. And then when we get to our bit, the new exhibition, there aren't many pictures at all. There are bits of animals all over the place. And a tent. And ping-pong balls floating on air currents. And a small house made of concrete. And videos of people reading poetry. It looks more like a school open day than an art gallery. You know, biology here, science there, English over at the back, media studies next to the toilets. I could have done any of these myself, said this miserable old git called Tommy, who'd already moaned once about the length of the coffee breaks. Yeah, you could now, you old cunt, I said to him. Now you've seen them. Anyone could now, but you didn't think of it. So you're too late. I was pleased with that. I pinched it off a teacher at school, apart from the "you old cunt" bit. That's mine. We were reading this poem at school, and some kid said exactly the same thing as Tommy. I could have done that, because it was an easy poem. It was short, and we knew all the words, and it didn't rhyme. And the teacher said, no, you couldn't. You could now, because you could just copy it out, but you didn't think of it. I thought that was smart. Anyway, Tommy hasn't spoken to me since I called him an old cunt, and I'm glad. I don't give a fuck about whether it's art or who could do it. The thing is, it isn't boring, our gallery. The other rooms with the pictures of cows in, they're boring. But our rooms with the actual cows in, all cut up, they're not. There's got to be a lesson in there somewhere, hasn't there? It wouldn't work for everything, though. I can see that. I mean, it works for cows and tents and small houses. But it wouldn't work for, like, the fucking river. You'd still have to do a painting of that. Anyway, our group was getting smaller and smaller, because the woman taking us to our positions was sort of dropping us off, like we were in her bus. And it turned out that I was the last passenger. Like when me and Lisa went on a dodgy package holiday to Spain years and years ago, before the kids came, and there was a coach to pick us all up at the airport, and every other bastard got dropped off at their hotel before we did, because it turned out that our hotel was 2 miles from the fucking beach. My painting was sort of the same thing as that. It was off to the side, in a room all of its own, and there was a curtain across the entrance, so it was separate from the others. Outside, there was a sign that said, "Warning, this room contains an exhibit of a controversial nature. Please do not enter if you feel you might be offended. Over 18s only." The woman didn't say anything about that. She just ignored it. Never asked me if I might be offended. "You're in here," she said. "Watch out, we're expecting trouble." And then she went off. I went behind the curtain, and there on the far wall was this massive picture of Jesus. I'd say it was probably 10 feet high, 5 or 6 feet wide, something like that. It's kind of like the pictures you've seen before. Eyes closed, the old crown of thorns on his head. That was when he was on the cross, wasn't it? It's sort of a close-up, head and shoulders, so you only see a bit of the cross. But what this picture has that the normal ones don't, not to me they don't anyway, is that you can really tell just how much it must have fucking hurt being nailed up. Usually, it looks like he's having a kip, but this one, his face is all screwed up in agony. You really wouldn't want to be in his shoes, I'll tell you. So the first thing I thought was, bloody hell, that's a good picture. Because it makes you think, and I don't often think about things like that. I haven't been anywhere near Jesus since Lisa's sister got married 3 years ago. And the second thing I thought, I'd forgotten about the sign and the curtain and all that for a moment, was, who the fuck would get offended by that? Because you can go into any church and see the same sort of thing. Not so realistic, maybe, a bit more PG than R. But, you know, basically the same sort of stuff. Moustache and beard, crown of thorns, sad. Because you can't tell how it's done from a distance, see? When you step behind the curtain, you just see the picture and the face. You have to get quite close up to see anything else. So I couldn't understand it. Why there was all the fuss. I just thought, religious people. Nutters. 'Cause they are, most of them, aren't they? I mean, to each his own and everything, but you wouldn't want to marry one, would you? There's a chair in front of the picture, and I walked towards it to have a sit down. And as I got closer, I could see that the picture was made up of hundreds, thousands, maybe millions of little squares, like the mosaics I pinched from the Roman ruins. And when I got really close, I could see that these millions of little squares were actually little pictures, and every single little picture had at least one female breast in it. So, you know those pictures that are made up of dots? Well, that's how this Jesus picture was done, except all the dots are nipples. And that's what the picture's called, NippleJesus. There were big breasts and small breasts, and big nipples and small nipples, and black breasts and white breasts, and some of the pictures had as many as 4 breasts in them, and I could see then that all of the pictures were stills from porn mags, and he'd cut them all up and stuck them on. Must have taken him years. So now I understood what the sign was about. I hated the picture then. 2 minutes ago I'd liked it. Now I hated it. And I hated the bloke who'd done it too. Wanker. I went to have a look at the name of the artist, and it turned out to be a woman. Martha Marsham. How can you be a woman and do that? I thought. I could have understood some bloke doing it. Some bloke with too many dirty magazines and no girlfriend. But a bird? And I hoped that someone did manage to fuck the picture up somehow. And if they did, I said to myself, I wouldn't try to stop them. I might even give them a hand. Because that is offensive, isn't it? A Jesus made out of nipples. That's out of order. One thing I forgot to say before. This was about 6 o'clock in the evening, and the exhibition hadn't opened to the public yet. It was opening the next day, but we'd been called in to do the first night party. I was actually still looking at all the little pictures when the first people came in, holding wine glasses. I felt a bit of a tosser, like I'd been caught looking at dirty pictures, which is actually what I was doing, if you think about it. Or even if you don't. I stopped looking, quick, and stood by the chair, with my hands behind my back, looking straight ahead, like I was on sentry duty, while these 2 people, a man and a woman, looked at the picture. "It's rather lovely, isn't it?" said the woman. She was about my age, short hair, quite posh. "Is it?" The bloke didn't seem too sure, so I decided I liked him more than her, even though he had floppy hair and braces and a suit. "Don't you think?" He shrugged, and they left the room. There was none of that stuff, the stuff they take the piss out of in TV comedies, where they stroke their chins and talk bollocks. There never is, in my experience, which has now lasted 2 days. Most people don't say anything much. They look and they go. If you asked me, they're scared of talking bollocks, which pisses me off, because once I was sat here for a while, I wanted the bollocks. Something to laugh at. But there isn't any. The next couple were younger, early 20s, student-y types, and they were more interested in me than the picture. "Fucking hell," said the bloke. "What?" "Look at him." And the girl looked at me and laughed. It was like I was part of the exhibition, and I couldn't hear what they were saying. Well, she said, can you blame them? And then they went too. By this stage, I was starting to feel a bit sorry for this Martha woman. I mean, you spend fucking who knows how long doing this thing, and people come in here, look at me, laugh, and then fuck off again. I might ask her for half her royalties, or whatever it is she gets. The moment the students left, the curtain swished back, and I heard this woman's voice going, "Ta-ra!" And then a whole group of people came in. 2 younger guys, an older couple, and a young woman. "Oh, Martha," the older woman said. "It's amazing. That'll get them going." So I looked at the group, and straight away I guessed it was her mum and dad, her boyfriend, and maybe her brother. Martha is about 30, and she doesn't really look like I thought she'd look. No dyed hair, no pierced nose, nothing like that. She looks normal, really. She was wearing this long, green, sort of Indian skirt, and what looked like a bloke's pinstripe jacket. And she's got long hair, but she's nice looking, friendly. I wondered for a moment whether her mum and dad knew about the nipples and all that, because I liked the picture when I first came into the room. But then I realised that was stupid, and she would have told them something about it before they came, or ages and ages ago. So what kind of parents were these? I know what I would have got if I'd told my dad I was making a picture of Jesus out of women's breasts. He probably would have wanted to see the breasts, but he would have given me a pasting for the Jesus bit. So I looked at Martha's mum and dad and tried to work them out. Her dad was tall and wearing jeans, and he had long grey hair in a ponytail. Her mum was wearing jeans too, but she looked a bit more like somebody's mother than he looked like somebody's father. They all looked like they were artists, though. They looked like they all sat around at home smoking dope and painting, which was why no one had given her a backhander for making a Jesus out of porn, probably. "I want a photo," Martha said, "with all of us in it." And then she looked at me. "Do you mind?" "No," I said. "I'm Martha, by the way." "Dave." "Hello, Dave." We shook hands, and then she gave me her camera, and I took a picture of them all, standing there grinning and pointing, and I didn't know whether it was right, what with the kind of picture it was. But at that precise moment, I wished that I knew them better, or people like them, because they seemed nice and happy and interesting. I wanted a dad with a grey ponytail instead of a miserable old git who was always going on about the fucking Irish and the fucking blacks. It seemed to me that if I had a dad like that, I wouldn't have ended up going into the army, which was the worst mistake I ever made. I wanted to ask them questions. I wanted to ask her, Martha, why she'd wanted to do what she'd done, and why it had to be nipples, and why it had to be Jesus, and whether she actually wanted to upset people. And I wanted to ask them whether they were ashamed of her, or proud of her, or what. But I didn't ask anything, and nothing they said made me any the wiser. After the photos, they talked about where they were going to eat, and whether someone else that they knew had come to the party, and then that sort of thing. Before they went, Martha came over to me and kissed me on the cheek and said, "Thank you." And I went, you know, "Oh, that's okay." But I was really pleased that she'd done it. It made me feel special, like I had a proper, important job to do. Martha smiled, and I was left on my own again. I told Lisa about the picture when I got home that night after the party. She couldn't believe it. She said it was disgusting, and how come it was on the wall in a famous gallery? For some reason, I found myself sort of defending it, taking Martha's side. I don't know why. Maybe I fancied her a bit. Maybe I liked the look of her family. Maybe I trusted them, and, took my lead from them. Because I knew they were nice people, and if they didn't see anything wrong with NippleJesus, then maybe there wasn't anything. And anyway, the stuff that Lisa was coming out with, it was just plain ignorant. "You should take it outside when no one's looking and smash it to bits," she said. "After all that work she's put in," I said. "That's got nothing to do with it," she said. I mean, Hitler put in a lot of work, didn't he? What harm is she doing you? I asked her. You don't have to go and look at it. Well, I don't like knowing it's there, she said. And I paid for it out of my taxes. Out of her taxes? How much of her taxes went towards NippleJesus? She sounded like one of those lunatics you hear on radio phone-ins. I got 2 pence out of my pocket and threw it at her. There, I said. There's your tax back. And you're making profit. What you gone all like this for? She asked. Because I think it's good, I said. Clever. Lisa didn't think it was clever. She thought it was stupid. And I thought she was stupid, and told her. And by the time we went to bed, we weren't speaking to each other. So yesterday morning, I get on the bus to go to work, and I pick up the paper that someone's left on the seat, and there it is, my painting, all over page 7. Protesters target sick picture, it says. And then there's all this stuff about what a disgrace it is, and people from the church and the Conservative Party going on about how it shouldn't be allowed, and someone from the police saying that they might want to interview Martha and maybe press charges of obscenity. And I read it, and I think, I've never been in the news before, because it is me, sort of. That's my room there, my private space, and I've even started to think of the picture as mine in a weird sort of way. Probably no one apart from Martha has spent as long looking at it as I have, and that makes me feel protective of it kind of thing. Which is just as well when you think about it, seeing as that's my job. I don't like these people saying it's sick, because it is, and it isn't. And I don't like the police saying they're going to charge Martha with obscenity, and I don't like the idea that they're going to take it out of the exhibition, because it says outside the door that you shouldn't go in if you think you might not like it. So why go in? I want people to see what I saw. Something that's beautiful if you look at it in one way, from a distance, and ugly if you look at it in another, close up. Sometimes I feel that way about Lisa. When she walks into the room when we're just about to go out, and she's got her makeup on, and she's done her hair and that, you'd think she could be a model. And sometimes I wake up in the night, and I roll over, and she's an inch away from me, and she's got bad breath, and she's snoring a bit, and you'd think, well, never mind what you'd think, but you wouldn't think she'd make much of a model anyway. So maybe Martha's picture, it's sort of like that a bit. But if these people have their way, no one's going to see anything, and that can't be right. Not after all that work, all that cutting up and sticking on. Did you know you couldn't smoke in an art gallery? Neither did I. Fucking hell. When I got there was already a crowd outside. Some of them were people queuing to see the exhibition, and some of them were protesters. They had placards, and they were singing hymns, and there were TV crews and photographers, and it all looked a bit of a mess. I just pushed through them and knocked on the front door and showed my pass through the glass, and one of the guys let me in. "You're in for a busy day," one of the others said when I went to change into my gear, and I thought, yeah, I'm looking forward to this. Nothing much happened at first. A steady stream of people came in and looked, and a couple of them sort of clucked. But what's really clever about the picture is that you have to get close up to get offended, because if you stand at the back of the room, you can't see anything apart from the face of Christ. So it makes the cluckers look like right plonkers, because they have to go and shove their nose up against the painting to see the nipples, and so you end up thinking they're perverts. You know, first they have to ignore the sign on the door telling them not to go in, and then they have to walk the length of the room, and then they go, "Oh, disgusting!" So they're really looking out for it. After about an hour, I got my first nutter. He looked like a nutter. He had chunks missing from his hair, like he'd been eaten by moths, and he wore these huge specs, and he kept blinking, like some demented owl. And he dressed like a nutter too. Even though it was a hot day, he was wearing a winter coat covered in badges that said things like, "Don't follow me, I'm lost too," and "I'm a Sugar Puff's honey monster." He stank and all. so it wasn't like he was hard to spot. He wasn't an undercover nutter, if you know what I mean. He stared at the picture for a couple of minutes, and then he dropped to his knees and started praying. It was all, Heavenly Father, who gave his only Son, Jesus Christ, to us, so that we might be saved, please deliver us, blah, blah, blah. But what was weird was, you couldn't work out whether he was praying because he was looking at Christ, or whether he was praying like they prayed in The Exorcist, to get rid of the demons in the room, sort of thing. Anyway, after a little while, I got pissed off with it and made up a rule. I'm sorry, sir, we don't allow kneeling in the galleries, I said. I'm praying for your immortal soul, he said. I don't know about that, sir, but we don't allow kneeling. No flash photography, no sandwiches, no kneeling. He stood up and carried on muttering, so I told him praying was out too. Don't you care, he said. About what, sir? Don't you care about where you are going? And where's that? To hell, man, where serpents will suck on your eyeballs and flames will lick your internal organs for all eternity. Not really, sir. What I meant was, I didn't think I was going to be sent to hell. Not for standing in front of a picture, anyway. You don't really want to go down that road, the eyeball-sucking road, do you? It's not very cheerful, is it? I mean, what must it be like to be this geezer? And what's he doing here? Does he just wander around looking for stuff that's going to make him blink and drop to his knees and mutter away? Does he spend all his life wandering around Soho and King's Cross? Because if he does, then no wonder he's a nutter. If you don't spend any time playing with your kids, and I'll tell you, this is not a bloke with kids, or drinking with your mates, and I'll bet mates are a bit thin on the ground as well, or watching Frasier, I like Frasier, you're going to end up like him, aren't you? Just as I was wondering what I was going to do with him, a couple of women came in, and he scuttled off, and things went quiet for a while. But then, just before my lunch break, just as I was starting to think that it was going to be an aggro-free day after all, a bloke walks in wearing a dog collar. A fucking vicar. He was younger than most vicars, and a bit trendier too. He had a sort of Hugh Grant floppy haircut, and he was wearing jeans. He came into the room and stopped and stared. And I knew, because I knew all the angles and distances by now, that he couldn't see anything from where he was stood. Or rather, he could see Christ, but he couldn't see the nipples. So when he started to walk down towards the picture, I started to walk towards him, to block him off, and we stood there almost nose to nose. Why do you want to do that, Your Honour? I asked him. Why don't you just stay where you are? I have to make up my own mind, he said. You know what's there, I said. Everyone knows what's there now. Why do you have to go and look at it? Stay where you are. Look, it's beautiful. How can anything made out of pornography be beautiful? For a moment, I wanted to get into a whole different argument. This isn't porn, I wanted to tell him. This is just page 3 stuff. Porn is what we used to watch in the army, with dogs and lesbians with strap-ons and all that. But you don't want to be talking to a vicar about sex with dogs, do you? I didn't, anyway. He moved to his right to get by me, so I moved to my left, and then we did the same dance the other way round. He was getting annoyed now, and in the end I had to let him through, otherwise I swear it would have all gone off, and I would have been fired for decking him. Happy now? I said, after he'd been there a while. Why did she do it, do you think? I wouldn't know, Your Honour, but she's a very nice young lady. That makes it even sadder, then. Not to me it doesn't, I thought. If it had been made by a seedy old git whose hobby was looking at women's skirts, then that's one story. But it's different when you've seen what Martha is like, the kind of person she is. You end up sort of trusting her, and trusting what she does, and why. I did, anyway. I can see that wouldn't work for everyone. It wouldn't make a lot of difference to the nutter, for example. I think you've been here long enough now, I said to the vicar. This was completely out of order, of course, but the truth was I was sick of him, and I didn't want him in my room anymore. I beg your pardon? We've been told to watch out for people who stay here more than 5 minutes. You know, perverts and that. That did the trick. If I'd just read about NippleJesus in the paper, or seen it on the news, I'd have thought it was wrong, no question. Sick, stupid, waste of taxpayers' money. You always say that, even if you've got no idea if taxpayers pay for it or not, whatever it is, don't you? And then I'd never have thought about it again, probably. But it's more complicated when you actually stand by it all day. And now I still don't know what I think of it, really. But what's so great about the Nutter and the kinky vicar and all the other people who came to have a look that first morning is that they make up your mind for you about whose side you're on. I'm not on theirs, that's for sure. And the longer I have to spend with these wankers, the more I hate them. It's so simple, really. The nice ones like the picture, and they get it. And they have a look at how it's done. But that's not why they're staring. The horrible ones come in, gaze for hours at the tits, moan to each other, or if they're really mad, to themselves. You don't need to work out what you think. You just need to have a look at what other people think. And if you don't like the look of them, then think the opposite. No sooner had the vicar gone than a whole fucking zoo turns up. I recognise a couple of the monkeys in it. There's this woman politician, I'm sure I've seen on TV, that fat one who's always banging on about the family and all that. And she's brought a TV crew with her. The interviewer is that bloke who does the local news on the BBC. You'd probably recognise him too. Smoothie, sharp suits, fake tan. Anyway, you should have heard this woman. She was calling for Martha to be sent to prison for the people who put on the exhibition to, I don't know, have their licence taken away or something. And the smoothie geezer was just egging her on. You've been campaigning very hard for a return to family values, and presumably this kind of thing doesn't help your cause. Stuff like that. When they'd finished, I wandered over to the interviewer and had a word with him, just to wind him up, sort of thing. So, I said, you getting someone else to say something? How do you mean? Well, you can't have just her, can you? She was standing about 2 feet away, having a microphone taken off, so I knew she could hear me. She turned round and looked at me. We'll be talking to the artist too, said the presenter. She should be here in a second. Did you do a close-up of the painting? I would imagine so, he said, all sarcastic, like I was being thick. So you're going to show thousands of nipples on the local news? My kids watch that. Do they? He said, like he didn't believe me. Like no one with a skinhead haircut could have kids who watched anything but football. Cheeky bastard. OK, my kids don't watch the news, but that's because they're too young, not because they're too thick. Wanker. When Martha turned up, I realised I sort of had a crush on her. She looked great. Fresh and friendly and young, and she was wearing this bright lime green t-shirt that added to the freshness. The politician was wearing this dark suit, and she had a hard face anyway, and Martha makes her look old and cruel. She said hello to me and asked me how it was going, and I told her about the Nutter and the vicar, and she just smiled. The interviewer didn't like her, I could tell. He asked her whether she minded offending so many people, and she said she didn't think she had, only 1 or 2. And he asked her what the point of the picture was, and she said that she didn't want to have to explain it. She thought it could explain itself. If she could tell everyone what it meant, then she would have just written the meaning down. She wouldn't have gone to all the trouble of sticking all the nipples on the paper. And the interviewer said, well, some people wish you hadn't bothered. And she said, well, it's a free country. I was disappointed, to be honest. I was hoping she'd talk about how beautiful the picture was, how holy, sort of thing. And I wanted her to explain that if you wanted to see the nipples, you really had to get up close, like the vicar had to, and what kind of vicar you were if you wanted to do that. And I wanted to hear why she'd done it too. I mean, there had to be an idea behind it, didn't there? A meaning kind of thing. It's not just something you'd wake up in the morning and do, is it? You know, what am I going to do with all these pairs of breasts I've been cutting out? Oh, I might as well turn them into a picture of Christ on the cross. Maybe they should have interviewed me. Like I said, maybe I've thought more about this picture than anyone. Because she doesn't know Martha. She hasn't seen it in action like I have, and she hasn't spent any time standing in front of it, watching people looking at it. Perhaps she should. Then she'd be able to say things about it in interviews. Just before we closed, the smelly nutter with the badges came back with an egg and tried to throw it at the picture. I saw it coming a mile off, and I grabbed his arm just as he was raising it, and the egg travelled about 2 feet and landed splat on the floor. It was so pathetic it made me laugh, and I remembered the kid with the rusty spike outside the club and why I'd packed that job in. It's hard to be scared by a scrawny weirdo with an egg. I was still angry, though, so I didn't let go of him after he'd thrown it. I pinned his arm behind his back with more violence than I needed, and he started yelling. I marched him out and down the corridor towards the front entrance. I hated the fucker so much that I got carried away a bit. I was twisting his arm and calling him all the names under the sun, and he said he was going to sue me and report me to the police, and he wasn't going to pray for my soul, and he hoped that all the agonies of damnation were heaped upon me. Pillock. But he knew what he was doing. As I was shoving the nutter down the corridor, there was a commotion behind me, shouting and crashing and alarms going off, and then the sound of running. I let the nutter go and went back to my picture, and a couple of the other security guards were in there staring at the floor. Someone had fucked NippleJesus over good and proper. They'd taken it off the wall and stomped all over it and then fucked off. There wasn't hardly anything left of it. I felt like crying. Really. I'd let Martha down, and I'd been stupid to leave the room, and it was only when I saw the picture smashed up on the floor that I finally realised how much I loved it. But I'll tell you something else, something really weird. Seeing Christ on the floor with his face all smashed in like that, it was really shocking. What they'd done was much more blasphemous than anything Martha had done. I wonder if they'd thought about that when they were doing it, whether they'd had any moment of doubt or fear. Because, I'll tell you, if I was religious and I thought that there was a hell where serpents suck your eyeballs out and all that, I wouldn't go round stomping all over Jesus' face. Jesus is Jesus, isn't he? No matter what you make him out of. And maybe that's one of the things Martha was trying to get at. Christ is where you find him. Some people from the gallery turned up, people I'd seen at the party the night before, but no one who'd ever bothered to speak to me. And I told them about the nutter and the egg and how I shouldn't have left my post, but I did, and they didn't seem to blame me much. And then a copper came, and I told him the same stuff. He seemed to think it was funny, though. He didn't laugh or anything, but you could tell that it was low down on his list of crimes to solve. And then Martha came in. I walked towards her because I wanted to hug her, but I worked out just in time that my relationship with her was not the same as her relationship with me, if you see what I mean. I've spent a lot of time over the last couple of days thinking about her, because of my job, but she couldn't have spent much time thinking about me, could she? Anyway, I didn't hug her. I just went over to her and said, you know, I'm sorry and all that, but she didn't seem to hear me. She just stared at the picture on the floor and said, "Oh my God," which, considering the circumstances, was about right. And when she looked up again, her face was all lit up. She was thrilled to bits, excited like a kid. I couldn't believe it. "This is perfect," she said. "Brilliant." "How do you mean?" I said, because I didn't get it. "Who did this? Did you see?" So I told her about the smelly nutter with the egg, and how I thought he'd done me, wound me up to get me out of the room so his nutter mates could do their stuff, and she loved it. She loved the whole story. "Perfect," she kept saying. "Fantastic." And then, "I can't wait to see the video." And I was like, "What video?" And she pointed out the CCTV camera up in the corner of the room. "That's part of it," she said. "That's part of the exhibition. What I was hoping was that someone would come in and do this on day 1, and on day 2 we could show the film. And I'm going to call it Intolerance." And I thought about the vicar and the politician and all the other people who'd come in and stuck their noses up close and then said how disgusted they were and how shocking it was. And I could see that it would be a bit of a laugh for people to see them on the telly. But that was all it was, really, a bit of a laugh. "So that was the idea," I said. "Someone would come in and smash it up." "Put it this way," she said. "I'd have been stuffed if they hadn't. I'd have been stuck with a portrait of Jesus made out of breasts. And what use is that to anyone? It's Dave, isn't it? Well, Dave, art is about provocation, getting a reaction from people. And I've done it. I'm an artist." I remembered the party when she thanked me, and I asked her why she'd done that if all she wanted was for someone to smash it up. But she didn't remember thanking me. So I said, "You must remember, last night at the party, when I took your photo, and you came over and kissed me on the cheek and said thank you." And she shrugged and said, "Oh yeah, I was thanking you for the photo, I think." Like it wasn't a big deal, which it clearly wasn't, I can see now. I suppose if you're an artist, it doesn't mean anything kissing someone on the cheek. They do it all the time. 20 Marlborough Lights, please. Kiss. Leicester Square, please. Mwah. It doesn't mean, "Oh, thank you for the important and dangerous job you're doing," obviously. Silly cow. I should have just stood there. I shouldn't have gone out with the smelly nutter with the egg. Because if you think about it, the only reason it got smashed up was because I cared about it too much. I could have just stood there, stopped the egg, got rid of the nutter. But he'd got on my nerves. He tried to damage my picture. My picture. And I wanted to make sure he left the building. Maybe give him a couple of digs at the same time. Which is why I wasn't in the room when it got broken. So, she wouldn't understand this. But she needed me for her film as much as she needed them. When I went home last night, I felt stupid. I felt like I look, if you like. A 6'2", 15-stone bouncer with a shaved head who doesn't know anything about art. I'd spent 2 days thinking something was, beautiful and worth protecting, and all the time it was a piece of shit stuck on the wall because some bird thought it would be a laugh if someone smashed it to pieces. So everyone's a prat, aren't they? The nutters are prats for doing what they were supposed to do, and I was a prat for trying to stop them. The only one who isn't a prat is Martha. She's watching us and having a laugh. Well, fuck her. Except maybe she isn't as clever as she thought she was. Because the film's showing now, up the corridor, and no one looks at it. It's too long, so most of the time nothing's happening, and you can't see very much anyway. They cocked up the angle of the camera, so you see the painting coming off the wall. But you don't see anyone jump on it, and it's not beautiful. It's just a CCTV film, like you see in a petrol station when you're waiting to get served. And that's what you get instead of the face of Christ in his agony. So, who's the prat, eh, Martha? I've got an onion now. A fucking onion. And some other stuff, beds and tents and shit. Because I'm not in a room by myself anymore. The CCTV film isn't controversial, so they don't need anyone to keep an eye on it. But my chair's by the onion, and it bores me shitless, because there's nothing to think about onions, is there? So I don't. I just sit here and think about what I'd like to do, apart from be Tiger Woods or Richard Branson.
When A was a young woman in San Francisco and just starting out in life, she went through a desperate period in which she almost lost her mind. In the space of just a few weeks, she was fired from her job, one of her best friends was murdered when thieves broke into her apartment at night, and A's beloved cat became seriously ill. I don't know the exact nature of the illness, but it was apparently life-threatening, and when A took the cat to the vet, he told her that the cat would die within a month unless a certain operation was performed. she asked him how much the operation would cost. He toted up the various charges for her, and the amount came to $327. A didn't have that kind of money. Her bank account was down to almost zero, and for the next several days she walked around in a state of extreme distress, alternately thinking about her dead friend and the impossible sum needed to prevent her cat from dying. $327. One day, she was driving through the Mission and came to a stop at a red light. Her body was there, but her thoughts were somewhere else, and in the gap between them, in that small space that no one has fully explored, but where we all sometimes live, she heard the voice of her murdered friend. "Don't worry," the voice said. "Don't worry. Things will get better soon." The light turned green, but A was still under the spell of this auditory hallucination, and she did not move. A moment later, a car rammed into her from behind, breaking one of the taillights and crumpling the fender. The man who was driving that car shut off his engine, climbed out of the car, and walked over to A. He apologized for doing such a stupid thing. "No," A said, "it was my fault. The light turned green and I didn't go." But the man insisted that he was the one to blame. When he learned that A didn't have collision insurance, she was too poor for luxuries like that, he offered to pay for any damages that had been done to her car. "Get an estimate on what it will cost," he said, "and send me the bill. My insurance company will take care of it." A continued to protest, telling the man that he wasn't responsible for the accident, but he wouldn't take no for an answer, and finally she gave in. She took the car to a garage and asked the mechanic to assess the cost of repairing the fender and the taillight. When she returned several hours later, he handed her a written estimate. Give or take a penny or two, the amount came to exactly $327. W, the friend from San Francisco who told me that story, has been directing films for 20 years. His latest project is based on a novel that recounts the adventures of a mother and her teenage daughter. It is a work of fiction, but most of the events in the book are taken directly from the author's life. The author, now a grown woman, was once the teenage daughter, and the mother in the story, who is still alive, was her real mother. W's film was shot in Los Angeles. A famous actress was hired to play the role of the mother, and according to what W told me on a recent visit to New York, the filming went smoothly and the production was completed on schedule. Once he began to edit the movie, however, he decided that he wanted to add a few more scenes, which he felt would greatly enhance the story. One of them included a shot of the mother parking her car on a street in a residential neighborhood. The location manager went out scouting for an appropriate street, and eventually one was chosen. Arbitrarily, it would seem, since one Los Angeles street looks more or less like any other. On the appointed morning, W, the actress, and the film crew gathered on the street to shoot the scene. The car that the actress was supposed to drive was parked in front of a house. No particular house, just one of the houses on that street. And as my friend and his leading lady stood on the sidewalk discussing the scene and the possible ways to approach it, the door of that house burst open, and a woman came running out. She appeared to be laughing and screaming at the same time. Distracted by the commotion, W and the actress stopped talking. A screaming and laughing woman was running across the front lawn, and she was headed straight for them. I don't know how big the lawn was. W neglected to mention that detail when he told the story. But in my mind, I see it as large, which would have given the woman a considerable distance to cover before she reached the sidewalk and announced who she was. A moment like that deserves to be prolonged, it seems to me, if only by a few seconds, for the thing that was about to happen was so improbable, so outlandish in its defiance of the odds, that one wants to savor it for a few extra seconds before letting go of it. The woman running across the lawn was the novelist's mother, a fictional character in her daughter's book. She was also her real mother. And now, by pure accident, she was about to meet the woman who was playing that fictional character in a film based on the book in which her character had in fact been herself. She was real, but she was also imaginary. And the actress who was playing her was both real and imaginary as well. There were two of them standing on the sidewalk that morning. but there was also just one. Or perhaps it was the same one twice. According to what my friend told me, when the woman finally understood what had happened, they threw their arms around each other and embraced. Last September, I had to go to Paris for a few days, and my publisher booked a room for me in the small hotel on the left bank. It's the same hotel they use for all their authors, and I had already stayed there several times in the past. Other than its convenient location, midway down a narrow street just off the Boulevard Saint-Germain, there is nothing even remotely interesting about this hotel. Its rates are modest, its rooms are cramped, and it is not mentioned in any guidebook. The people who run it are pleasant enough, but it is no more than a drab and inconspicuous hole in the wall, and except for a couple of American writers who have the same French publisher I do, I have never met anyone who has stayed there. I mention this fact because the obscurity of the hotel plays a part in the story. Unless one stops for a moment to consider how many hotels there are in Paris, which attracts more visitors than any other city in the world, and then further considers how many rooms there are in those hotels, thousands, no doubt tens of thousands, the full import of what happened to me last year will not be understood. I arrived at the hotel late, more than an hour behind schedule, and checked in at the front desk. I went upstairs immediately after that. Just as I was putting my key into the door of my room, the telephone started to ring. I went in, tossed my bag on the floor, and picked up the phone, which was set into a nook in the wall just beside the bed, more or less at pillow level. Because the phone was turned in toward the bed, and because the cord was short, and because the one chair in the room was out of reach, it was necessary to sit down on the bed in order to use the phone. That's what I did, and as I talked to the person on the other end of the line, I noticed a piece of paper lying under the desk on the opposite side of the room. If I had been anywhere else, I wouldn't have been in a position to see it. The dimensions of the room were so tight that the space between the desk and the foot of the bed was no more than 4 or 5 feet. From my vantage point at the head of the bed, I was in the only place that provided a low enough angle of the floor to see what was under the desk. After the conversation was over, I got off the bed, crouched down under the desk, and picked up the piece of paper. Curious, of course, always curious, but not at all expecting to find anything out of the ordinary. The paper turned out to be one of those little message forms they slip under your door in European hotels. To and from, the date and the time, and then a blank square below for the message. The form had been folded in 3 and printed out in block letters. On the outer fold was the name of one of my closest friends. We don't see each other often. O lives in Canada. But we have been through a number of memorable experiences together, and there has never been anything but the greatest affection between us. Seeing his name on the message form made me very happy. We hadn't spoken in a while, and I had had no inkling that he would be in Paris when I was there. In those first moments of discovery and incomprehension, I assumed that O had somehow gotten wind of the fact that I was coming and had called the hotel to leave a message for me. The message had been delivered to my room, but whoever had brought it up had placed it carelessly on the edge of the desk, and it had blown onto the floor. Or else that person had accidentally dropped it, the chambermaid, while preparing the room for my arrival. One way or the other, neither explanation was very plausible. The angle was wrong, and unless someone had kicked the message after it had fallen to the floor, the paper couldn't have been lying so far under the desk. I was already beginning to reconsider my hypothesis when something more important occurred to me. O's name was on the outside of the message form. If the message had been meant for me, my name would have been there. The recipient was the one whose name belonged on the outside, not the sender, and if my name wasn't there, it surely wasn't going to be anywhere else. I opened the message and read it. The sender was someone I had never heard of, but the recipient was indeed O. I rushed downstairs and asked the clerk at the front desk if O was still there. It was a stupid question, of course, but I asked it anyway. How could O be there if he was no longer in his room? I was there now, and O's room was no longer his room, but mine. I asked the clerk when he had checked out. "An hour ago," the clerk said. An hour ago I had been sitting in a taxi at the edge of Paris, stuck in a traffic jam. if I had made it to the hotel at the expected time, I would have run into O, just as he was walking out the door. In 1972, a close friend of mine ran into trouble with the law. She was in Ireland that year, living in a small village not far from the town of Sligo. As it happened, I was visiting on the day a plainclothes detective drove up to her cottage and presented her with a summons to appear in court. The charges were serious enough to require a lawyer. My friend asked around and was given a name, and the next morning we bicycled into town to meet with this person and discuss the case. To my astonishment, he worked for a firm called Argue and Fibs. This is a true story. If there are those who doubt me, I challenge them to visit Sligo and see for themselves if I have made it up or not. I have reveled in these names for the past 20 years, but even though I can prove that Argue and Fibs were real men, the fact that the one name should have been coupled with the other to form an even more delicious joke, an out-and-out send-up of the legal profession, is something I still find hard to believe. According to my latest information, 3 or 4 years ago, the firm continues to do a thriving business. The following year, 1973, I was offered a job as caretaker of a farmhouse in the south of France. My friend's legal troubles were well behind her, and since our on-again, off-again romance seemed to be on again, we decided to join forces and take the job together. We had both run out of money by then, and without this offer we would have been compelled to return to America, which neither one of us was prepared to do just yet. It turned out to be a curious year. On the one hand, the place was beautiful, a large 18th century stone house bordered by vineyards on one side and a national forest on the other. The nearest village was 2 kilometers away, but it was inhabited by no more than 40 people, none of whom was under 60 or 70 years old. It was an ideal spot for 2 young writers to spend a year, and Elle and I both worked hard there, accomplishing more in that house than either one of us would have thought possible. On the other hand, we lived on the brink of permanent catastrophe. Our employers, an American couple who lived in Paris, sent us a small monthly salary, $50, a gas allowance for the car, and money to feed the 2 Labrador retrievers who were part of the household. All in all, it was a generous arrangement. There was no rent to pay, and even if our salary fell short of what we needed to live on, it gave us a head start on each month's expenses. Our plan was to earn the rest by doing translations. Before leaving Paris and settling in the country, we had set up a number of jobs to see us through the year. What we had neglected to take into account was that publishers are often slow to pay their bills. We had also forgotten to consider that checks sent from one country to another can take weeks to clear, and that once they do, bank charges and exchange fees cut into the amounts of those checks. Since Elle and I had left no margin for error or miscalculation, we often found ourselves in quite desperate straits. I remember savage nicotine fits, my body numb with need as I scrounged among sofa cushions and crawled behind cupboards in search of loose coins. For 18 centimes, about 3.5 cents, you could buy a brand of cigarettes called Parisienne, which were sold in packs of 4. I remember feeding the dogs and thinking that they ate better than I did. I remember conversations with Elle in which we seriously considered opening a can of dog food and eating it for dinner. Our only other source of income that year came from a man named James Sugar. I don't mean to insist on metaphorical names, but facts are facts, and there's nothing I can do about it. Sugar worked as a staff photographer for National Geographic, and he entered our lives because he was collaborating with one of our employers on an article about the region. He took pictures for several months, crisscrossing Provence in a rented car provided by his magazine, and whenever he was in our neck of the woods, he would spend the night with us. Since the magazine also provided him with an expense account, he would very graciously slip us the money that had been allotted for his hotel costs. If I remember correctly, the sum came to 50 francs a night. In effect, Elle and I became his private innkeepers, and since Sugar was an amiable man into the bargain, we were always glad to see him. The only problem was that we never knew when he was going to turn up. He never called in advance, and more often than not, weeks would go by between his visits. We therefore learned not to count on Mr. Sugar. He would arrive out of nowhere, pulling up in front of the house in his shiny blue car, stay for a night or two, and then disappear again. Each time he left, we assumed that was the last time we would ever see him. The worst moments came for us in the late winter and early spring. Checks failed to arrive, one of the dogs was stolen, and little by little we ate our way through the stockpile of food in the kitchen. In the end, we had nothing left but a bag of onions, a bottle of cooking oil, and a packaged pie crust that someone had bought before we ever moved into the house, a stale remnant from the previous summer. Elle and I held out all morning and into the afternoon, but by 2:30 hunger had gotten the better of us, and so we went into the kitchen to prepare our last meal. Given the paucity of elements we had to work with, an onion pie was the only dish that made sense. After our concoction had been in the oven for what seemed a sufficient length of time, we took it out, set it on the table, and dug in. Against all our expectations, we both found it delicious. I think we even went so far as to say that it was the best food we had ever tasted, but no doubt that was a ruse, a feeble attempt to keep our spirits up. Once we had chewed a little more, however, disappointment set in. Reluctantly, ever so reluctantly, we were forced to admit that the pie had not yet cooked through, that the center was still too cold to eat. There was nothing to be done but put it back in the oven for another 10 or 15 minutes. Considering how hungry we were, and considering that our salivary glands had just been activated, relinquishing the pie was not easy. To stifle our impatience, we went outside for a brief stroll, thinking the time would pass more quickly if we removed ourselves from the good smells in the kitchen. As I remember it, we circled the house once, perhaps twice. Perhaps we drifted into a deep conversation about something. I can't remember. But however it happened, and however long we were gone, by the time we entered the house again, the kitchen was filled with smoke. We rushed to the oven and pulled out the pie, but it was too late. Our meal was dead. It had been incinerated, burned to a charred and blackened mass, and not one morsel could be salvaged. It sounds like a funny story now, but at the time it was anything but funny. We had fallen into a dark hole, and neither one of us could think of a way to get out. In all my years of struggling to be a man, I doubt there has ever been a moment when I felt less inclined to laugh or crack jokes. This was really the end, and it was a terrible and frightening place to be. That was at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Less than an hour later, the errant Mr. Sugar suddenly appeared, driving up to the house in a cloud of dust, gravel, and dirt crunching all around him. If I think about it hard enough, I can still see the naive and goofy smile on his face as he bounced out of the car and said hello. It was a miracle. It was a genuine miracle, and I was there to witness it with my own eyes, to live it in my own flesh. Until that moment, I had thought those things happened only in books. Sugar treated us to dinner that night in a 2-star restaurant. We ate copiously and well. We emptied several bottles of wine. We laughed our heads off, and yet, delicious as that food must have been, I can't remember a thing about it. But I have never forgotten the taste of the onion pie. Not long after I returned to New York, July 1974, a friend told me the following story. It is set in Yugoslavia during what must have been the last months of the Second World War. S.'s uncle was a member of a Serbian partisan group that fought against the Nazi occupation. One morning, he and his comrades woke up to find themselves surrounded by German troops. They were holed up in a farmhouse somewhere in the country. A foot of snow lay on the ground, and there was no escape. Not knowing what else to do, the men decided to draw lots. Their plan was to burst out of the farmhouse, one by one, dash through the snow, and see if they couldn't make it to safety. According to the results of the draw, S.'s uncle was supposed to go third. He watched through the window as the first man ran out into the snow-covered field. There was a barrage of machine gun fire from across the woods, and the man was cut down. A moment later, the second man ran out, and the same thing happened. The machine guns blasted, and he fell down dead in the snow. Then it was my friend's uncle's turn. I don't know if he hesitated at the doorway. I don't know what thoughts were pounding through his head at that moment. The only thing I was told was that he started to run, charging through the snow for all he was worth. It seemed as if he ran forever. Then, suddenly, he felt pain in his leg. A second after that, an overpowering warmth spread through his body, and a second after that, he lost consciousness. When he woke up, he found himself lying on his back in a peasant's cart. He had no idea how much time had elapsed, no idea of how he had been rescued. He had simply opened his eyes, and there he was, lying in a cart that some horse or mule was pulling down a country road, staring up at the back of a peasant's head. He studied the back of that head for several seconds, and then loud explosions began to erupt from the woods. Too weak to move, he kept looking at the back of the head, and suddenly it was gone. It just flew off the peasant's body, and where a moment before there had been a whole man, there was now a man without a head. More noise, more confusion. Whether the horse went on pulling the cart or not, I can't say, but within minutes, perhaps even seconds, a large contingent of Russian troops came rolling down the road. Jeeps, tanks, scores of soldiers. When the commanding officer took a look at S.'s uncle's leg, he quickly dispatched him to an infirmary that had been set up in the neighborhood. It was no more than a rickety wooden shack, a henhouse maybe, or an outbuilding on some farm. There the Russian army doctor pronounced the leg past saving. It was too severely damaged, he said, and he was going to have to cut it off. My friend's uncle began to scream. "Don't cut off my leg," he cried. "Please, I beg of you, don't cut off my leg." But no one listened to him. The medics strapped him to the operating table, and the doctor picked up the saw. Just as he was about to pierce the skin of the leg, there was another explosion. The roof of the infirmary collapsed. The walls fell down. The entire place was obliterated, and once again, S.'s uncle lost consciousness. When he woke up this time, he found himself lying in a bed. The sheets were clean and soft. There were pleasant smells in the room, and his leg was still attached to his body. A moment later, he was looking into the face of a beautiful young woman. She was smiling at him and feeding him broth with a spoon. With no knowledge of how it had happened, he had been rescued again and carried to another farmhouse. For several minutes after coming to, S.'s uncle wasn't sure if he was alive or dead. It seemed possible to him that he had woken up in heaven. He stayed on in the house during his recovery and fell in love with a beautiful young woman, but nothing ever came of that romance. I wish I could say why, but S never filled me in on the details. What I do know is that his uncle kept his leg, and that once the war was over, he moved to America to begin a new life. Somehow or other, the circumstances are obscure to me, he wound up as an insurance salesman in Chicago. Elle and I were married in 1974. Our son was born in 1977, but by the following year, our marriage had ended. None of that is relevant now except to set the scene for an incident that took place in the spring of 1980. We were both living in Brooklyn then, about 3 or 4 blocks from each other, and our son divided his time between the 2 apartments. One morning, I had to stop by Elle's house to pick up Daniel and walk him to nursery school. I can't remember if I went inside the building or if Daniel came down the stairs himself, but I vividly recall that just as we were about to walk off together, Elle opened the window of her 3rd-floor apartment to throw me some money. Why she did that is also forgotten. Perhaps she wanted me to replenish a parking meter for her. Perhaps I was supposed to do an errand. I don't know. All that remains is the open window and the image of a dime flying through the air. I see it with such clarity, it's almost as if I have studied photographs of that instant, as if it's part of a recurring dream I've had ever since. But the dime hit the branch of a tree, and its downward arc into my hand was disrupted. It bounced off the tree, landed soundlessly somewhere nearby, and then it was gone. I remember bending down and searching the pavement, digging among the leaves and twigs at the base of the tree, but the dime was nowhere to be found. I could place that event in early spring because I know that later the same day, I attended a baseball game at Shea Stadium, the opening game of the season. A friend of mine had been offered tickets, and he had generously invited me to go along with him. I had never been to an opening game before, and I remember the occasion well. We arrived early, something about collecting the tickets at a certain window, and as my friend went off to complete the transaction, I waited for him outside one of the entrances to the stadium. Not a single soul was around. I ducked into the little alcove to light a cigarette. A strong wind was blowing that day, and there, sitting on the ground, not 2 inches from my feet, was a dime. I bent down, picked it up, and put it in my pocket. Ridiculous as it might sound, I felt certain that it was the same dime I had lost in Brooklyn that morning. In my son's nursery school, there was a little girl whose parents were going through a divorce. I particularly liked her father, a struggling painter who earned his living by doing architectural renderings. His paintings were quite beautiful, I thought, but he never had much luck in convincing dealers to support his work. The one time he did have a show, the gallery promptly went out of business. B was not an intimate friend, but we enjoyed each other's company, and whenever I saw him, I would return home with a renewed admiration for his steadfastness and inner calm. He was not a man who grumbled or felt sorry for himself. However gloomy things had become for him in recent years, endless money problems, lack of artistic success, threats of eviction from his landlord, difficulties with his ex-wife, none of it seemed to throw him off course. He continued to paint with the same passion as ever, and unlike so many others, he never expressed any bitterness or envy toward less talented artists who were doing better than he was. When he wasn't working on his own canvases, he would sometimes go to the Metropolitan Museum and make copies of the old masters. I remember a Caravaggio he once did that struck me as utterly remarkable. It wasn't a copy so much as a replica, an exact duplication of the original. On one of those visits to the museum, a Texas millionaire spotted B at work and was so impressed that he commissioned him to do a copy of a Renoir painting, which he then presented to his fiancée as a gift. B was exceedingly tall, 6'5" or 6'6", good-looking and gentle in his manner, qualities that made him especially attractive to women. Once his divorce was behind him, and he began to circulate again, he had no trouble finding female companions. I only saw him about 2 or 3 times a year, but each time I did, there was another woman in his life. All of them were obviously mad for him. You had only to watch them looking at B to know how they felt. But for one reason or another, none of these affairs lasted very long. After 2 or 3 years, B's landlord finally made good on his threats and evicted him from his loft. B moved out of the city, and I lost touch with him. Several more years went by, and then one night B came back to town to attend a dinner party. My wife and I were also there, and since we knew that B was about to get married, we asked him to tell us the story of how he had met his future wife. About 6 months earlier, he said, he had been talking to a friend on the phone. This friend was worried about him, and after a while he began to scold B for not having married again. "You've been divorced for 7 years now," he said, "and in that time you could have settled down with any one of a dozen attractive and remarkable women. But no one is ever good enough for you, and you've turned them all away. What's wrong with you, B? What in the world do you want?" "There's nothing wrong with me," B said. "I just haven't found the right person, that's all." "At the rate you're going, you never will," the friend answered. "I mean, have you ever met one woman who comes close to what you're looking for? Name one. I dare you to name just one." Startled by his friend's vehemence, B paused to consider the question carefully. Yes, he finally said, there was one, a woman by the name of E, whom he had known as a student at Harvard more than 20 years ago. But she had been involved with another man at the time, and he had been involved with another woman, his future ex-wife, and nothing had developed between them. He had no idea where E was now, he said, but if he could meet someone like her, he knew he wouldn't hesitate to get married again. That was the end of the conversation. Until mentioning her to his friend, B hadn't thought about this woman in over 10 years, but now that she had resurfaced in his mind, he had trouble thinking about anything else. For the next 3 or 4 days, he thought about her constantly, unable to shake the feeling that his one chance for happiness had been lost many years ago. Then, almost as if the intensity of these thoughts had sent a signal out into the world, the phone rang one night, and there was E on the other end of the line. B kept her on the phone for more than 3 hours. He scarcely knew what he said to her, but he went on talking until past midnight, understanding that something momentous had happened and that he mustn't let her escape again. After graduating from college, E had joined a dance company, and for the past 20 years, she had devoted herself exclusively to her career. She had never married, and now that she was about to retire as a performer, she was calling old friends from her past, trying to make contact with the world again. She had no family. Her parents had been killed in a car crash when she was a small girl, and had been raised by 2 aunts, both of whom were now dead. B arranged to see her the next night. Once they were together, it didn't take long for him to discover that his feelings for her were just as strong as he had imagined. He fell in love with her all over again, and several weeks later they were engaged to be married. To make the story even more perfect, it turned out that E was independently wealthy. Her aunts had been rich, and after they died, she had inherited all their money, which meant that not only had B found true love, but the crushing money problems that had plagued him for so many years had suddenly vanished, all in one fell swoop. A year or 2 after the wedding, they had a child. At last report, mother, father, and baby were doing just fine. In much the same spirit, although spanning a shorter period of time, several months as opposed to 20 years, another friend, R, told me of a certain out-of-the-way book that he had been trying to locate without success, scouring bookstores and catalogs for what was supposed to be a remarkable work that he very much wanted to read, and how, one afternoon, as he made his way through the city, he took a shortcut through Grand Central Station, walked up the staircase that leads to Vanderbilt Avenue, and caught sight of a young woman standing by the marble railing with a book in front of her, the same book he had been trying so desperately to track down. Although he is not someone who normally speaks to strangers, R was too stunned by the coincidence to remain silent. "Believe it or not," he said to the young woman, "I've been looking everywhere for that book." "It's wonderful," the young woman answered. "I just finished reading it." "Do you know where I could find another copy?" R asked. "I can't tell you how much it would mean to me." "This one is for you," the woman answered. "But it's yours," R said. "It was mine," the woman said, "but now I'm finished with it. I came here today to give it to you." 12 years ago, my wife's sister went off to live in Taiwan. Her intention was to study Chinese, which she now speaks with breathtaking fluency, and to support herself by giving English lessons to native Chinese speakers in Taipei. That was approximately 1 year before I met my wife, who was then a graduate student at Columbia University. One day, my future sister-in-law was talking to an American friend, a young woman who had also gone to Taipei to study Chinese. The conversation came around to the subject of their families back home, which in turn led to the following exchange. "I have a sister who lives in New York," my future sister-in-law said. "So do I," her friend answered. "My sister lives on the Upper West Side." "So does mine." "My sister lives on West 109th Street." "Believe it or not, so does mine." "My sister lives at 309 West 109th Street." "So does mine." "My sister lives on the 2nd floor of 309 West 109th Street." The friend took a deep breath and said, "I know this sounds crazy, but so does mine." It is scarcely possible for 2 cities to be farther apart than Taipei and New York. They are at opposite ends of the earth, separated by a distance of more than 10,000 miles. And when it is day in one, it is night in the other. As the 2 young women in Taipei marveled over the astounding connection they had just uncovered, they realized that their 2 sisters were probably asleep at that moment, on the same floor of the same building in northern Manhattan. Each one was sleeping in her own apartment, unaware of the conversation that was taking place about them on the other side of the world. Although they were neighbors, it turned out that the two sisters in New York did not know each other. When they finally met, 2 years later, neither one of them was living in that building anymore. Siri and I were married then. One evening, on our way to an appointment somewhere, we happened to stop in at a bookstore on Broadway to browse for a few minutes. We must have wandered into different aisles, and because Siri wanted to show me something, or because I wanted to show her something, I can't remember, one of us spoke the other's name out loud. A second later, a woman came rushing up to us. "You're Paul Auster and Siri Hustvedt, aren't you?" she said. "Yes," we said. "That's exactly who we are. How did you know that?" The woman then explained that her sister and Siri's sister had been students together in Taiwan. The circle had been closed at last. Since that evening in the bookstore 10 years ago, this woman has been one of our best and most loyal friends. 3 summers ago, a letter turned up in my mailbox. It came in a white oblong envelope and was addressed to someone whose name was unfamiliar to me, Robert M. Morgan of Seattle, Washington. Various post office markings were stamped across the front. Not deliverable, unable to forward, return to writer. Mr. Morgan's name had been crossed out with a pen, and beside it someone had written, "Not at this address." Drawn in the same blue ink, an arrow pointed to the upper left-hand corner of the envelope, accompanied by the words, "Return to sender." Assuming that the post office had made a mistake, I checked the upper left-hand corner to see who the sender was. There, to my absolute bewilderment, I discovered my own name and my own address. Not only that, but this information was printed on a custom-made address label, one of those labels you can order in packs of 200 from advertisements on matchbook covers. The spelling of my name was correct. The address was my address. And yet the fact was, and still is, that I have never owned or ordered a set of printed address labels in my life. Inside, there was a single-spaced typewritten letter that began, "Dear Robert, in response to your letter, dated July 15th, 1989, I can only say that, like other authors, I often receive letters concerning my work." Then, in a bombastic, pretentious style, riddled with quotations from French philosophers, and oozing with a tone of conceit and self-satisfaction, the letter writer went on to praise Robert for the ideas he had developed about one of my novels in a college course on the contemporary novel. It was a contemptible letter, the kind of letter I would never dream of writing to anyone, and yet it was signed with my name. The handwriting did not resemble mine, but that was small comfort. Someone was out there trying to impersonate me, and as far as I know, he still is. One friend suggested that this was an example of mail art. Knowing that the letter could not be delivered to Robert Morgan, since there was no such person, the author of the letter was actually addressing his remarks to me. But that would imply an unwarranted faith in the U.S. Postal Service, and I doubt that someone who would go to the trouble of ordering address labels in my name and then sitting down to write such an arrogant, high-flown letter would leave anything to chance. Or would he? Perhaps the smart Alex of this world believe that everything will always go their way. I have scant hope of ever getting to the bottom of this little mystery. The prankster did a good job of covering his tracks, and he has not been heard from since. What puzzles me about my own behavior is that I have not thrown away the letter, even though it continues to give me chills every time I look at it. A sensible man would have tossed the thing in the garbage. Instead, for reasons I do not understand, I have kept it on my work table for the past 3 years, allowing it to become a permanent fixture among my pens and notebooks and erasers. Perhaps I keep it there as a monument to my own folly. Perhaps it is a way to remind myself that I know nothing, that the world I live in will go on escaping me forever. One of my closest friends is a French poet by the name of C. We have known each other for more than 20 years now, and while we don't see each other often, he lives in Paris and I live in New York, the bond between us remains strong. It is a fraternal bond, somehow, as if in some former life we had actually been brothers. C is a man of manifold contradictions. he is both open to the world and shut off from it, a charismatic figure with scores of friends everywhere, legendary for his kindness, his humor, his sparkling conversation, and yet someone who has been wounded by life, who struggles to perform the simple tasks that most other people take for granted. An exceptionally gifted poet and thinker about poetry, C is, nevertheless, hampered by frequent writing blocks, streaks of morbid self-doubt, and surprisingly, for someone who is so generous, so profoundly lacking in mean-spiritedness, a capacity for long-standing grudges and quarrels, usually over some trifle or abstract principle. No one is more universally admired than C. No one has more talent, no one so readily commands the center of attention, and yet he has always done everything in his power to marginalize himself. Since his separation from his wife many years ago, he has lived alone in a number of small one-room apartments, subsisting on almost no money and only fitful bouts of employment, publishing little, and refusing to write a single word of criticism, even though he reads everything and knows more about contemporary poetry than anyone in France. To those of us who love him, and we are many, C is often a cause of concern. To the degree that we respect him and care about his well-being, we also worry about him. He had a rough childhood. I can't say to what extent that explains anything, but the facts should not be overlooked. His father apparently ran off with another woman when C was a little boy, and after that, my friend grew up with his mother, an only child with no family life to speak of. I have never met C's mother, but by all accounts she is a bizarre character. She went through a series of love affairs during C's childhood and adolescence, each with a man younger than the man before him. By the time C left home to enter the army at the age of 21, his mother's boyfriend was scarcely older than he was. In more recent years, the central purpose of her life has been a campaign to promote the canonization of a certain Italian priest, whose name eludes me now. She has besieged the Catholic authorities with countless letters defending the holiness of this man, and at one point she even commissioned an artist to create a life-size statue of the priest, which now stands in her front yard as an enduring testament to her cause. Although not a father himself, C became a kind of pseudo-father 7 or 8 years ago, after a falling out with his girlfriend, during which they temporarily broke up. His girlfriend had a brief affair with another man and became pregnant. The affair ended almost at once, but she decided to have the baby on her own. A little girl was born, and even though C is not her real father, he has devoted himself to her since the day of her birth and adores her as if she were his own flesh and blood. One day, about 4 years ago, C happened to be visiting a friend. In the apartment there was a Minitel, a small computer given out for free by the French telephone company. Among other things, the Minitel contains the address and phone number of every person in France. As C sat there playing with his friend's new machine, it suddenly occurred to him to look up his father's address. He found it in Lyon. When he returned home later that day, he stuffed one of his books into an envelope and sent it off to the address in Lyon, initiating the first contact with his father in over 40 years. None of it made any sense to him. Until he found himself doing these things, it had never even crossed his mind that he wanted to do them. That same night, he ran into another friend in a cafe, a woman psychoanalyst, and told her about these strange, unpremeditated acts. It was as if he had felt his father calling out to him, he said, as if some uncanny force had unleashed itself inside him. Considering that he had absolutely no memories of the man, he couldn't even begin to guess when they had last seen each other. The woman thought for a moment and said, "How old is Elle?" referring to C's girlfriend's daughter. 3.5, C answered. "I can't be sure," the woman said, "but I'd be willing to bet that you were 3.5 the last time you saw your father. I say that because you love Elle so much. Your identification with her is very strong, and you're reliving your life through her." Several days after that, there was a reply from Lyon, a warm and perfectly gracious letter from C's father. After thanking C for the book, he went on to tell him how proud he was to learn that his son had grown up to become a writer. By pure coincidence, he added, the package had been mailed on his birthday, and he was moved by the symbolism of the gesture. None of this tallied with the stories C had heard throughout his childhood. According to his mother, his father was a monster of selfishness who had walked out on her for a slut, and had never wanted anything to do with his son. C had believed these stories, and therefore he had shied away from any contact with his father. Now, on the strength of this letter, he no longer knew what to believe. He decided to write back. The tone of his response was guarded, but nevertheless it was a response. Within days, he received another reply, and this second letter was just as warm and gracious as the first had been. C and his father began a correspondence. It went on for a month or two, and eventually C began to consider traveling down to Lyon to meet his father face to face. Before he could make any definite plans, he received a letter from his father's wife informing him that his father was dead. He had been in ill health for the past several years, she wrote, but the recent exchange of letters with C had given him great happiness, and his last days had been filled with optimism and joy. It was at this moment that I first heard about the incredible reversals that had taken place in C's life. Sitting on the train from Paris to Lyon, on his way to visit his stepmother for the first time, he wrote me a letter that sketched out the story of the past month. His handwriting reflected each jolt of the tracks, as if the speed of the train were an exact image of the thoughts racing through his head. As he put it somewhere in that letter, I feel as if I've become a character in one of your novels. His father's wife could not have been friendlier to him during that visit. Among other things, C learned that his father had suffered a heart attack on the morning of his last birthday, the same day that C had looked up his address on the Minitel, and that, yes, C had been precisely 3.5 years old at the time of his parents' divorce. His stepmother then went on to tell him the story of his life from his father's point of view, which contradicted everything his mother had ever told him. In this version, it was his mother who had walked out on his father. It was his mother who had forbidden his father from seeing him. It was his mother who had broken his father's heart. She told C how his father would come around to the schoolyard when he was a little boy to look at him through the fence. C remembered that man, but not knowing who he was, he had been afraid. C's life had now become two lives. There was version A and version B, and both of them were his story. He had lived them both in equal measure, two truths that canceled each other out, and all along, without even knowing it, he had been stranded in the middle. His father had owned a small stationery store, the usual stock of paper and writing materials, along with a rental library of popular books. The business had earned him a living, but not much more than that, and the estate he left behind was quite modest. The numbers are unimportant, however. What counts is that C's stepmother, by then an old woman, insisted on splitting the money with him half and half. There was nothing in the will that required her to do that, and morally speaking, she needn't have parted with a single penny of her husband's savings. She did it because she wanted to, because it made her happier to share the money than to keep it for herself. In thinking about friendship, particularly about how some friendships endure and others don't, I am reminded of the fact that in all my years of driving, I have had just 4 flat tires, and that on each of these occasions, the same person was in the car with me, in 3 different countries, spread out over a period of 8 or 9 years. Jay was a college friend, and though there was always an edge of unease and conflict in our relations, for a time we were close. One spring, while we were still undergraduates, we borrowed my father's ancient station wagon and drove up into the wilderness of Quebec. The seasons change more slowly in that part of the world, and winter was not yet over. The first flat tire did not present a problem. We were equipped with a spare. But when a second tire blew out less than an hour later, we were stranded in the bleak and frigid countryside for most of the day. At the time, I shrugged off the incident as a piece of bad luck, but 4 or 5 years later, when Jay came to France to visit the house where Elle and I were working as caretakers, in miserable condition, inert with depression and self-pity, unaware that he was overstaying his welcome with us. The same thing happened. We went to Aix-en-Provence for the day, a drive of about 2 hours, and coming back later that night on a dark back-country road, we had another flat. Just a coincidence, I thought, and then pushed the event out of my mind. But then, 4 years after that, in the waning months of my marriage to Elle, Jay came to visit us again, this time in New York State, where Elle and I were living with the infant Daniel. At one point, Jay and I climbed into the car to go to the store and shop for dinner. I pulled the car out of the garage, turned it around in the rutted dirt driveway, and advanced to the edge of the road to look left, right, and left before going on. Just then, as I waited for a car to pass by, I heard the unmistakable hiss of escaping air. Another tire had gone flat, and this time we hadn't even left the house. Jay and I both laughed, of course, but the truth is that our friendship never really recovered from that fourth flat tire. I'm not saying that the flat tires were responsible for our drifting apart, but in some perverse way, they were an emblem of how things had always stood between us, the sign of some impalpable curse. I don't want to exaggerate, but even now I can't quite bring myself to reject those flat tires as meaningless. For the fact is that Jay and I have lost contact, and we have not spoken to each other in more than 10 years. In 1990, I found myself in Paris again for a few days. One afternoon, I stopped by the office of a friend to say hello and was introduced to a Czech woman in her late 40s or early 50s, an art historian who happened to be a friend of my friend. She was an attractive and vivacious person, I remember, but since she was on the point of leaving when I walked in, I spent no more than 5 or 10 minutes in her company. As usually happens in such situations, we talked about nothing of any importance, a town we both knew in America, the subject of a book she was reading, the weather. Then we shook hands, she walked out the door, and I have never seen her again. After she was gone, the friend I had come to visit leaned back in her chair and said, "Do you want to hear a good story?" "Of course," I said. "I'm always interested in good stories." "I like my friend very much," she continued, "so don't get the wrong idea. I'm not trying to spread gossip about her. It's just that I feel you have a right to know this." "Are you sure?" "Yes, I'm sure. But you have to promise me one thing. If you ever write the story, you mustn't use anyone's name." "I promise," I said. And so, my friend let me in on the secret. From start to finish, it couldn't have taken her more than 3 minutes to tell the story I'm about to tell now. The woman I had just met was born in Prague during the war. When she was still a baby, her father was captured, impressed into the German army, and shipped off to the Russian front. She and her mother never heard from him again. They received no letters, no news to tell them if he was alive or dead, nothing. The war just swallowed him up, and he vanished without a trace. Years passed. The girl grew up. She completed her studies at the university and became a professor of art history. According to my friend, she ran into trouble with the government during the Soviet crackdown in the late 60s, but exactly what kind of trouble was never made clear to me. Given the stories I know about what happened to other people during that time, it is not very difficult to guess. At some point, she was allowed to begin teaching again. In one of her classes, there was an exchange student from East Germany. She and this young man fell in love, and eventually they were married. Not long after the wedding, a telegram arrived announcing the death of her husband's father. The next day, she and her husband traveled to East Germany to attend the funeral. Once there, in whatever town or city it was, she learned that her now dead father-in-law had been born in Czechoslovakia. During the war, he had been captured by the Nazis, impressed into the German army, and shipped off to the Russian front. By some miracle, he had managed to survive. Instead of returning to Czechoslovakia after the war, however, he had settled in Germany under a new name, had married a German woman, and had lived there with his new family until the day of his death. The war had given him a chance to start all over again, and it seems that he had never looked back. When my friend's friend asked what this man's name had been in Czechoslovakia, she understood that he was her father. Which meant, of course, that insofar as her husband's father was the same man, the man she had married was also her brother. One afternoon, many years ago, my father's car stalled at a red light. A terrible storm was raging, and at the exact moment his engine went dead, lightning struck a large tree by the side of the road. The trunk of the tree split in two, and as my father struggled to get the car started again, unaware that the upper half of the tree was about to fall, the driver of the car behind him, seeing what was about to happen, put his foot on the accelerator and pushed my father's car through the intersection. An instant later, the tree came crashing to the ground, landing in the very spot where my father's car had just been. What was very nearly the end of him proved to be no more than a close call, a brief episode in the ongoing story of his life. A year or two after that, my father was working on the roof of a building in Jersey City. Somehow or other, I wasn't there to witness it, he slipped off the edge and started falling to the ground. Once again, he was headed for certain disaster, and once again, he was saved. A clothesline broke his fall, and he walked away from the accident with only a few bumps and bruises. Not even a concussion. Not a single broken bone. That same year, our neighbors across the street hired 2 men to paint their house. One of the workers fell off the roof and was killed. The little girl who lived in that house happened to be my sister's best friend. One winter night, the 2 of them went to a costume party. They were 6 or 7 years old, and I was 9 or 10. It had been arranged that my father would pick them up after the party, and when the time came, I went along to keep him company in the car. It was bitter cold that night, and the roads were covered with treacherous sheets of ice. My father drove carefully, and we made the journey back and forth without incident. As we pulled up in front of the girl's house, however, a number of unlikely events occurred all at once. My sister's friend was dressed as a fairy princess. To complete the outfit, she had borrowed a pair of her mother's high heels, and because her feet swam in those shoes, every step she took was turned into an adventure. My father stopped the car and climbed out to accompany her to the front door. I was in the back with the girls, and in order to let my sister's friend out, I had to get out first. I remember standing on the curb as she disentangled herself from the seat, and just as she stepped into the open air, I noticed that the car was rolling slowly in reverse, either because of the ice or because my father had forgotten to engage the emergency brake. I don't know. But before I could tell my father what was happening, my sister's friend touched the curb with her mother's high heels and slipped. She went skidding under the car, which was still moving, and there she was, about to be crushed to death by the wheels of my father's Chevy. As I remember it, she didn't make a sound. Without pausing to think, I bent down from the curb, grabbed hold of her right hand, and in one quick gesture yanked her to the sidewalk. An instant later, my father finally noticed that the car was moving. He jumped back into the driver's seat, stepped on the brake, and brought the machine to a halt. From start to finish, the whole chain of misadventures couldn't have taken more than 8 or 10 seconds. For years afterward, I walked around feeling that this had been my finest moment. I had actually saved someone's life, and in retrospect, I was always astonished by how quickly I had acted, by how sure my movements had been at the critical juncture. I saw the rescue in my mind again and again. Again and again I relived the sensation of pulling that little girl out from under the car. About 2 years after that night, our family moved to another house. My sister fell out of touch with her friend, and I myself did not see her for another 15 years. It was June, and my sister and I had both come back to town for a short visit. Just by chance, her old friend dropped by to say hello. She was all grown up now, a young woman of 22 who had graduated from college earlier that month, and I must say that I felt some pride in seeing that she had made it to adulthood in one piece. In a casual sort of way, I mentioned the night I had pulled her out from under the car. I was curious to know how well she remembered her brush with death, but from the look on her face when I asked the question, it was clear that she remembered nothing. A blank stare, a slight frown, a shrug. She remembered nothing. I realized then that she hadn't known the car was moving. She hadn't even known that she was in danger. The whole incident had taken place in a flash, 10 seconds of her life, an interval of no account, and none of it had left the slightest mark on her. For me, on the other hand, those seconds had been a defining experience, a singular event in my internal history. Most of all, it stuns me to acknowledge that I am talking about something that happened in 1956 or 1957, and that the little girl of that night is now over 40 years old. My first novel was inspired by a wrong number. I was alone in my apartment in Brooklyn one afternoon, sitting at my desk and trying to work when the telephone rang. If I am not mistaken, it was the spring of 1980. Not many days after I found the dime outside Shea Stadium. I picked up the receiver, and the man on the other end asked if he was talking to the Pinkerton Agency. I told him no, he had dialed the wrong number, and hung up. Then I went back to work and promptly forgot about the call. The next afternoon, the telephone rang again. It turned out to be the same person asking the same question I had been asked the day before. Is this the Pinkerton Agency? Again, I said no, and again I hung up. This time, however, I started thinking about what would have happened if I had said yes. What if I had pretended to be a detective from the Pinkerton Agency, I wondered. What if I had actually taken on the case? To tell the truth, I felt that I had squandered a rare opportunity. If the man ever called again, I told myself, I would at least talk to him a little bit and try to find out what was going on. I waited for the telephone to ring again, but the third call never came. After that, wheels started turning in my head, and little by little, an entire world of possibilities opened up to me. When I sat down to write City of Glass a year later, the wrong number had been transformed into the crucial event of the book, the mistake that sets the whole story in motion. A man named Quinn receives a phone call from someone who wants to talk to Paul Auster, the private detective. Just as I did, Quinn tells the caller he has dialed the wrong number. It happens again on the next night, and again Quinn hangs up. Unlike me, however, Quinn is given another chance. When the phone rings again on the third night, he plays along with the caller and takes on the case. Yes, he says, I'm Paul Auster, and at that moment the madness begins. Most of all, I wanted to remain faithful to my original impulse. Unless I stuck to the spirit of what had really happened, I felt there wouldn't have been any purpose to writing the book. That meant implicating myself in the action of the story, or at least someone who resembled me, who bore my name. And it also meant writing about detectives who were not detectives, about impersonation, about mysteries that cannot be solved. For better or worse, I felt I had no choice. All well and good. I finished the book 10 years ago, and since then I have gone on to occupy myself with other projects, other ideas, other books. Less than 2 months ago, however, I learned that books are never finished, that it is possible for stories to go on writing themselves without an author. I was alone in my apartment in Brooklyn that afternoon, sitting at my desk and trying to work when the telephone rang. This was a different apartment from the one I had in 1980, a different apartment with a different telephone number. I picked up the receiver, and the man on the other end asked if he could speak to Mr. Quinn. He had a Spanish accent, and I did not recognize the voice. For a moment I thought it might be one of my friends trying to pull my leg. "Mr. Quinn?" I said. "Is this some kind of joke or what?" No, it wasn't a joke. The man was in dead earnest. He had to talk to Mr. Quinn, and would I please put him on the line? Just to make sure, I asked him to spell out the name. The caller's accent was quite thick, and I was hoping that he wanted to talk to Mr. Queen, but no such luck. "Quinn," the man answered. I suddenly grew scared, and for a moment or two I couldn't get any words out of my mouth. "I'm sorry," I said at last. "There's no Mr. Quinn here. You've dialed the wrong number." The man apologized for disturbing me, and then we both hung up. This really happened. Like everything else I have set down in this red notebook, it is a true story. All that you love will be carried away. It was a Motel 6 on I-80, just west of Lincoln, Nebraska. The snow that began at mid-afternoon had faded the sign's virulent yellow to a kinder pastel shade as the light ran out of the January dusk. The wind was closing in on that quality of empty amplification one encounters only in the country's flat midsection, usually in wintertime. That meant nothing but discomfort now. But if big snow came tonight, the weather forecasters couldn't seem to make up their minds, then the interstate would be shut down by morning. That was nothing to Alfie Zimmer. He got his key from a man in a red vest and drove down to the end of the long cinder-block building. He had been selling in the Midwest for 20 years and had formulated 4 basic rules about securing his night's rest. First, always reserve ahead. Second, reserve at a franchise motel if possible, your Holiday Inn, your Ramada Inn, your Comfort Inn, your Motel 6. Third, always ask for a room on the end. That way, the worst you could have was one set of noisy neighbors. Last, ask for a room that begins with a 1. Alfie was 44, too old to be fucking truck stop whores, eating chicken fried steak, or hauling his luggage upstairs. These days, the rooms on the first floor were usually reserved for non-smokers. Alfie rented them and smoked anyway. Someone had taken the space in front of room 190. All the spaces along the building were taken. Alfie wasn't surprised. You could make a reservation, guarantee it, but if you arrived late on a day like this was after 4 p.m., you had to park and walk. The cars belonging to the early birds were nestled up to the gray cinder block and the bright yellow doors in a long line, their windows already covered with a scrim of light snow. Alfie drove around the corner and parked with the nose of his Chevrolet pointed at the white expanse of some farmer's field, swimming deep into the gray of day's end. At the farthest limit of vision, he could see the spark lights of a farm. In there, they would be hunkered down. Out here, the wind blew hard enough to rock the car. Snow skated past, obliterating the farm lights for a few moments. Alfie was a big man, with a florid face and a smoker's noisy respiration. He was wearing a top coat, because when you were selling, that was what people liked to see, not a jacket. Storekeepers sold to people wearing jackets and John Deere caps. They didn't buy from them. The room key lay on the seat beside him. It was attached to a diamond of green plastic. The key was real key, not a mag card. On the radio, Clint Black was singing Nothing But the Taillights. It was a country song. Lincoln had an FM rocker now, but rock and roll music didn't seem right to Alfie. Not out here, where if you switched over to AM, you could still hear angry old men calling down hellfire. He shut off the engine, put the key to 190 in his pocket, and checked to make sure he still had his notebook in there too. His old pal. Save Russian Jews, he said, reminding himself. Collect valuable prizes. He got out of the car, and a gust of wind hit him hard, rocking him back on his heels, flapping his pants around his legs, making him laugh a smoker's surprised rattle-box laugh. His samples were in the trunk, but he wouldn't need them tonight. No, not tonight. Not at all. He took his suitcase and his briefcase out of the back seat, shut the door, then pushed the black button on his key fob. That one locked all the doors. The red one set off an alarm, what you were supposed to use if you were going to get mugged. Alfie had never been mugged. He guessed that few salesmen of gourmet foods were, especially in this part of the country. There was a market for gourmet foods in Nebraska, Iowa, Oklahoma, and Kansas, even in the Dakotas, although many might not believe it. Alfie had done quite well, especially over the last 2 years, as he got to know the market's deeper creases. But it was never going to equal the market for, let's say, fertilizer, which he could smell even now on the winter wind that was freezing his cheeks and turning them an even darker shade of red. He stood where he was a moment longer, waiting for the wind to drop. It did, and he could see the spark lights again, the farmhouse. And was it possible that behind those lights some farmer's wife was even now heating up a pot of cottager split-pea soup, or perhaps microwaving a cottager shepherd's pie, or chicken francais? It was. It was as possible as hell. while her husband watched the early news with his shoes off and his sock feet on a hassock, and overhead their son played a video game on his GameCube, and their daughter sat in the tub, chin deep in fragrant bubbles, her hair tied up with a ribbon, reading The Golden Compass by Philip Pullman, or perhaps one of the Harry Potter books, which were favorites of Alfie's daughter, Carleen. All that going on behind the sparklights, some family's universal joint turning smoothly in its socket. But between them and the edge of this parking lot was a mile and a half of flat field, white in the running-away light of a low sky, comatose with the season. Alfie briefly imagined himself walking into that field in his city shoes, his briefcase in one hand and his suitcase in the other, working his way across the frozen furrows, finally arriving, knocking. The door would be opened, and he would smell pea soup, that good hearty smell, and hear the KETV meteorologist in the other room saying, "But now look at this low-pressure system just coming over the Rockies." And what would Alfie say to the farmer's wife? That he just dropped by for dinner? Would he advise her to save Russian Jews, collect valuable prizes? Would he begin by saying, "Ma'am, according to at least one source I've read recently, all that you love will be carried away"? That would be a good conversation opener, sure to interest the farmer's wife in the wayfaring stranger who had just walked across her husband's east field to knock on her door. And when she invited him to step in, to tell her more, he could open his briefcase and give her a couple of his sample books, tell her that once she discovered the cottager brand of quick-serve gourmet delicacies, she would almost certainly want to move on to the more sophisticated pleasures of ma mère. And, by the way, did she have a taste for caviar? Many did, even in Nebraska. Freezing. Standing here and freezing. He turned from the field and the spark lights at the far end of it and walked to the motel, moving in careful duck steps so he wouldn't go ass over tea kettle. He had done it before, God knew. Whoops-a-daisy in 100 motel parking lots. He had done most of it before, actually, and supposed that was at least part of the problem. There was an overhang, so he was able to get out of the snow. There was a Coke machine with a sign saying, "Use correct change." There was an ice machine and a snacks machine with candy bars and various kinds of potato chips behind curls of metal like bed springs. There was no "Use correct change" sign on the snacks machine. From the room to the left of the one where he intended to kill himself, Alfie could hear the early news. But it would sound better in that farmhouse over yonder, he was sure of that. The wind boomed. Snow swirled around his city shoes, and then Alfie let himself into his room. The light switch was to the left. He turned it on and shut the door. He knew the room. It was the room of his dreams. It was square. The walls were white. On one was a picture of a small boy in a straw hat, asleep with a fishing pole in his hand. There was a green rug on the floor, a 1/4 inch of some nubbly synthetic stuff. It was cold in here right now, but when he pushed the high heat button on the control panel of the climatron beneath the window, the place would warm up fast. Would probably become hot. A counter ran the length of one wall. There was a TV on it. On top of the TV was a piece of cardboard with "One Touch Movies" printed on it. There were twin double beds, each covered with bright gold spreads that had been tucked under the pillows and then pulled over them, so the pillows looked like the corpses of infants. There was a table between the beds with a Gideon Bible, a TV channel guide, and a flesh-colored phone on it. Beyond the second bed was the door to the bathroom. When you turned on the light in there, the fan would go on too. If you wanted the light, you got the fan too. There was no way around it. The light itself would be fluorescent, with the ghosts of dead flies inside. On the counter beside the sink, there would be a hot plate and a Proctor Silex electric kettle and little packets of instant coffee. There was a smell in here, the mingling of some harsh cleaning fluid and mildew on the shower curtain. Alfie knew it all. He had dreamed it, right down to the green rug. But that was no accomplishment. It was an easy dream. He thought about turning on the heater, but that would rattle too, and besides, what was the point? Alfie unbuttoned his topcoat and put his suitcase on the floor at the foot of the bed closest to the bathroom. He put his briefcase on the gold coverlet. He sat down, the sides of his coat spreading out like the skirt of a dress. He opened his briefcase, thumbed through the various brochures, catalogs, and order forms. Finally, he found the gun. It was a Smith & Wesson revolver, .38 caliber. He put it on the pillows at the head of the bed. He lit a cigarette, reached for the telephone, then remembered his notebook. He reached into his right coat pocket and pulled it out. It was an old spiral, bought for $1.49 in the stationery department of some forgotten five and dime in Omaha or Sioux City, or maybe Jubilee, Kansas. The cover was creased and almost completely innocent of any printing it might once have borne. Some of the pages had pulled partially free of the metal coil that served as the notebook's binding, but all of them were still there. Alfie had been carrying this notebook for almost 7 years, ever since his days selling Universal Product Code readers for Simonex. There was an ashtray on the shelf under the phone. Out here, some of the motel rooms still came with ashtrays, even on the first floor. Alfie fished for it, put his cigarette on the groove, and opened his notebook. He flipped through pages written with 100 different pens and a few pencils, pausing to read a couple of entries. One read, "I sucked Jim Morrison's cock with my pooty boy mouth, Lawrence, Kansas." Restrooms were filled with homosexual graffiti, most of it tiresome and repetitive, but pooty boy mouth was pretty good. Another was, "Albert Gore is my favorite whore, Murdo, South Dakota." The last page, 3/4 of the way through the book, had just 2 entries. "Don't chew the Trojan gum. It tastes just like rubber, Avoca, Iowa." And "Poopy doopy, you so loopy, Papillon, Nebraska." Alfie was crazy about that one. Something about the IE, and then boom, you got Y. It could have been no more than an illiterate's mistake. He was sure that would have been Maurer's take on it. But why think like that? What fun was that? No, Alfie preferred, even now, to believe that IE, wait for it, Y, was an intended construction, something sneaky but playful, with the feel of an E. Cummings poem. He rummaged through the stuff in his inside coat pocket, feeling papers, an old toll ticket, a bottle of pills, stuff he had quit taking, and at last finding the pen that always hid in the litter. Time to record today's finds. 2 good ones, both from the same rest area, one over the urinal he had used, the other written with a Sharpie on the map case beside the Have-A-Bite machine. Snacks, which, in Alfie's opinion, vended a superior product line, had for some reason been disenfranchised in the I-80 rest areas about 4 years ago. These days, Alfie sometimes went 2 weeks and 3,000 miles without seeing anything new, or even a viable variation on something old. Now, 2 in one day. 2 on the last day. Like some sort of omen. His pen had "Cottager Foods, the good stuff," written in gold along the barrel, next to the logo. A thatched hut with smoke coming out of the quaintly crooked chimney. Sitting there on the bed, still in his topcoat, Alfie bent studiously over his old notebook so that his shadow fell on the page. Below, "Don't chew the Trojan gum," and "Poopy doopy, you so loopy," Alfie added, "Save Russian Jews, collect valuable prizes, Walton, Nebraska," and "All that you love will be carried away, Walton, Nebraska." He hesitated. He rarely added notes, liking his finds to stand alone. Explanation rendered the exotic mundane, or so he had come to believe. In the early years he had annotated much more freely. But from time to time a footnote still seemed to be more illuminating than demystifying. He starred the second entry, "All that you love will be carried away, Walton, Nebraska," and drew a line 2 inches above the bottom of the page and wrote, "To read this, you must also look at the exit ramp from the Walton rest area back to highway, i.e., at departing transients. He put the pen back in his pocket, wondering why he or anyone would continue anything this close to ending everything. He couldn't think of a single answer. But of course, you went on breathing, too. You couldn't stop it without rough surgery. The wind gusted outside. Alfie looked briefly toward the window, where the curtain, also green, but a different shade from the rug, had been drawn. If he pulled it back, he would be able to see chains of light on Interstate 80, each bright bead marking sentient beings running on the rod of the highway. Then he looked back down at his book. He meant to do it all right. This was just, well, breathing, he said, and smiled. He picked his cigarette out of the ashtray, smoked, returned it to the groove, and thumbed back through the book again. The entries recalled thousands of truck stops and roadside chicken shacks and highway rest areas the way certain songs on the radio can bring back specific memories of a place, a time, the person you were with, what you were drinking, what you were thinking. Here I sit, broken-hearted, tried to shit but only farted. Everyone knew that one. But there was an interesting variation from Double D Steaks in Hooker, Oklahoma. Here I sit, I'm at a loss, trying to shit out taco sauce. I know I'm going to drop a load, only hope I don't explode. And from Casey, Iowa, where SR 25 crossed I-80, my mother made me a whore, to which someone had added in very different penmanship, if I supply the yarn, will she make me one? He had started collecting when he was selling the UPCs, noting various bits of graffiti in the spiral notebook, without, at first, knowing why he was doing it. They were just amusing or disconcerting or both at the same time, yet little by little he had become fascinated with these messages from the interstate, where the only other communications seemed to be dipped headlights when you passed in the rain, or maybe somebody in a bad mood flipping you the bird when you went by in the passing lane, pulling a rooster tail of snow behind you. He came gradually to see, or perhaps only to hope, that something was going on here. The E. Cummings lilt of "Poopy doopy, you so loopy," for instance, or the inarticulate rage of 1380 West Avenue, kill my mother, take her jewels. Or take this oldie, here I sit, cheeks a-flexin', givin' birth to another Texan. The meter, when you considered it, was odd. Not I-ams, but some odd triplet formula with a stress on the third. Here I sit, cheeks a-flexin', givin' birth to another Texan. Okay, it broke down a little at the end, but that somehow added to its memorability, gave it that final mnemonic twist of the tale. He had thought on many occasions that he could go back to school, take some courses, get all that feet and meter stuff down pat, know what he was talking about instead of running on a tightrope of intuition. All he really remembered clearly from school was iambic pentameter. To be or not to be, that is the question. He had seen that in the men's room on I-70, actually, to which someone had added, "The real question is, who your father was, dipstick." These triplets now, what were they called? Was that trochaic? He didn't know. The fact that he could find out no longer seemed important, but he could find out, yes. It was something people taught. It was no big secret. Or take this variation which Alfie had also seen all over the country. Here I sit, on the pooper, giving birth to a Maine State Trooper. It was always Maine, no matter where you were, it was always Maine State Trooper. And why? Because no other state would scan. Maine was the only one of the 50 whose name consisted of a single syllable. Yet again, it was in triplets. Here I sit, on the pooper. He had thought of writing a book, just a little one. The first title to occur to him had been, "Don't Look Up Here, You're Pissing on Your Shoes," but you couldn't call a book that. Not and reasonably hope someone would put it out for sale in a store anyway. And besides, that was light, frothy. He had become convinced over the years that something was going on here, and it wasn't frothy. The title he had finally decided on was an adaptation of something he'd seen in a rest area toilet stall outside Fort Scott, Kansas, on Highway 54. I Killed Ted Bundy, The Secret Transit Code of America's Highways, by Alfred Zimmer. That sounded mysterious and ominous, almost scholarly. But he hadn't done it. And although he had seen, "If I supply the yarn, will she make me one?" added to "My mother made me a whore," all over the country, he had never expounded, at least in writing, on the startling lack of sympathy, the just deal with it sensibility of the response. Or what about "Mammon is the king of New Jersey"? How did one explain why New Jersey made it funny, and the name of some other state probably wouldn't? Even to try seemed almost arrogant. He was just a little man, after all, with a little man's job. He sold things. A line of frozen dinners, currently. And now, of course, now. Alfie took another deep drag on his cigarette, mashed it out, and called home. He didn't expect to get Mara, and didn't. It was his own recorded voice that answered him, ending with the number of his cell phone. A lot of good that would do. The cell phone was in the trunk of the Chevrolet, broken. He had never had good luck with gadgets. After the beep, he said, "Hi, it's me. I'm in Lincoln. It's snowing. Remember the casserole you were going to take over to my mother? She'll be expecting it. And she asked for the red ball coupons. I know you think she's crazy on that subject, but humor her, okay? She's old. Tell Carlene Daddy says hi." He paused, then, for the first time in about 5 years, added, "I love you." He hung up, thought about another cigarette. No worries about lung cancer, not now, and decided against it. He put the notebook, open to the last page, beside the telephone. He picked up the gun and rolled out the cylinder, fully loaded. He snapped the cylinder back in with a flick of his wrist, then slipped the short barrel into his mouth. It tasted of oil and metal. He thought, "Here I sit, about to cool it. My plan, to eat a fucking bullet." He grinned around the barrel. That was terrible. He never would have written that down in his book. Then another thought occurred to him, and he put the gun back in its trench on the pillow, drew the phone to him again, and once more dialed home. He waited for his voice to recite the useless cell phone number, then said, "Me again. Don't forget Rambo's appointment at the vet, day after tomorrow, okay? Also, the sea jerky strips at night. They really do help his hips. Bye." He hung up and raised the gun again. Before he could put the barrel in his mouth, his eye fell on the notebook. He frowned and put the gun down. The book was open to the last 4 entries. The first thing anyone responding to the shot would see would be his dead body, sprawled across the bed closest to the bathroom, his head hanging down and bleeding on the nubbly green rug. The second thing, however, would be the spiral notebook, open to the final written page. Alfie imagined some cop, some Nebraska state trooper who would never be written about on any bathroom wall due to the disciplines of scansion, reading those final entries, perhaps turning the battered old notebook toward him with the tip of his own pen. He would read the first 3 entries, Trojan gum, poopy doopy, save Russian Jews, and dismiss them as insanity. He would read the last line, all that you love will be carried away, and decide that the dead guy had regained a little rationality at the end, just enough to write a halfway sensible suicide note. Alfie didn't like the idea of people thinking he was crazy. Further examination of the book, which contained such information as Medgar Evers is alive and well in Disneyland, would only confirm that impression. He was not crazy, and the things he had written here over the years weren't crazy either. He was convinced of it. And if he was wrong, if these were the rantings of lunatics, they needed to be examined even more closely. That thing about, "Don't look up here, you're pissing on your shoes," for instance, was that humor or a growl of rage? He considered using the John to get rid of the notebook, then shook his head. He'd end up on his knees with his shirt sleeves rolled back, fishing around in there, trying to get the damn thing back out, while the fan rattled and the fluorescent buzzed. And although immersion might blur some of the ink, it wouldn't blur all of it. Not enough. Besides, the notebook had been with him so long, riding in his pocket across so many flat and empty Midwest miles, he hated the idea of just flushing it away. The last page, then. Surely one page, balled up, would go down. But that would leave the rest for them, there was always a them, to discover. All that clear evidence of an unsound mind. They'd say, lucky he didn't decide to visit a schoolyard with an AK-47, take a bunch of little kids with him. And it would follow Mora like a tin can tied to a dog's tail. Did you hear about her husband? They'd ask each other in the supermarket. Killed himself in a motel. Left a book full of crazy stuff. Lucky he didn't kill her. Well, he could afford to be a little hard about that. Mora was an adult, after all. Carleen, on the other hand. Carleen was... Alfie looked at his watch. At her JV basketball game, that's where Carleen was right now. Her teammates would say most of the same things the supermarket ladies would say, only within earshot and accompanied by those chilling 7th-grade giggles. Eyes full of glee and horror. Was that fair? No, of course not. But there was nothing fair about what had happened to him either. Sometimes, when you were cruising along the highway, you saw big curls of rubber that had unwound from the recap tires some of the independent truckers used. That was what he felt like now, thrown tread. The pills made it worse. They cleared your mind just enough for you to see what a colossal jam you were in. But I'm not crazy, he said. That doesn't make me crazy. No, crazy might actually be better. Alfie picked up the notebook, flipped it closed, much as if he had flipped the cylinder back into the .38, and sat there tapping it against his leg. This was ludicrous. Ludicrous or not, it nagged him. The way thinking a stove burner might still be on sometimes nagged him when he was home. Nagged until he finally got up and checked and found it cold. Only this was worse. Because he loved the stuff in the notebook. Amassing graffiti, thinking about graffiti had been his real work these last years. Not selling price code readers or frozen dinners that were really not much more than Swansons or Freezer Queens in fancy microwavable dishes. The daffy exuberance of Helen Keller fucked her feller, for instance. Yet the notebook might be a real embarrassment once he was dead. It would be like accidentally hanging yourself in the closet because you were experimenting with a new way of jacking off and got found that way with your shorts under your feet and shit on your ankles. Some of the stuff in his notebook might show up in the newspaper, along with his picture. Once upon a time, he would have scoffed at the idea. But in these days, when even Bible Belt newspapers routinely speculated about a mole on the president's penis, the notion was hard to dismiss. Burn it, then? No, he'd set off the goddamn smoke detector. Put it behind the picture on the wall? The picture of the little boy with the fishing pole and the straw hat? Alfie considered this, then nodded slowly. Not a bad idea at all. The spiral notebook might stay there for years. Then, some day in the distant future, it would drop out. Someone, perhaps a lodger, more likely a maid, would pick it up, curious, would flip through it. What would that person's reaction be? Shock? Amusement? Plain old head-scratching puzzlement? Alfie rather hoped for this last, because things in the notebook were puzzling. Elvis killed Big Pussy, someone in Hackleberry, Texas had written. Serenity is being square, someone in Rapid City, South Dakota had opined. And below that, someone had written, no, stupid, serenity equals VA squared plus B. If V equals serenity, A equals satisfaction, and B equals sexual compatibility. Behind the picture, then. Alfie was halfway across the room when he remembered the pills in his coat pocket. And there were more in the glove compartment of the car, different kinds, but for the same thing. They were prescription drugs, but not the sort the doctor gave you if you were feeling, well, sunny. So the cops would search this room thoroughly for other kinds of drugs, and when they lifted the picture away from the wall, the notebook would drop out onto the green rug. The things in it would look even worse, even crazier, because of the pains he had taken to hide it. And they'd read the last thing as a suicide note, simply because it was the last thing. No matter where he left the book, that would happen. Sure as shit sticks to the ass of America, as some East Texas Turnpike poet had once written. If they find it, he said. And just like that, the answer came to him. The snow had thickened, the wind had grown even stronger, and the spark lights across the field were gone. Alfie stood beside his snow-covered car at the edge of the parking lot, with his coat billowing out in front of him. At the farm, they'd all be watching TV by now, the whole famdamly, assuming the satellite dish hadn't blown off the barn roof, that was. Back at his place, his wife and daughter would be arriving home from Carlene's basketball game. Maura and Carlene lived in a world that had little to do with the interstates, or fast food boxes blowing down the breakdown lanes, and the sound of semis passing you at 70 and 80 and even 90 miles an hour like a Doppler whine. He wasn't complaining about it, or hoped he wasn't. He was just pointing it out. Nobody here, even if there is, someone in Chalk Level, Missouri had written on a shithouse wall, and sometimes in those rest area bathrooms there was blood, mostly just a little, but once he had seen a grimy basin under a scratched steel mirror half filled with it. Did anyone notice? Did anyone report such things? In some rest areas, the weather report fell constantly from overhead speakers, and to Alfie the voice giving it sounded haunted, the voice of a ghost running through the vocal cords of a corpse. In Candy, Kansas, on Route 283 in Ness County, someone had written, "Behold, I stand at the door and knock," to which someone else had added, "If you're not from Publishers Clearinghouse, go away, you bad boy." Alfie stood at the edge of the pavement, gasping a little because the air was so cold and full of snow. In his left hand he held the spiral notebook, bent almost double. There was no need to destroy it, after all. He would simply throw it into Farmer John's east field, here on the west side of Lincoln. The wind would help him. The notebook might carry 20 feet on the fly, and the wind could tumble it even farther before it finally fetched up against the side of the furrow and was covered. It would lie there, buried all winter, long after his body had been shipped home. In the spring, Farmer John would come out this way on his tractor, the cab filled with the music of Patty Loveless or George Jones or maybe even Clint Black, and he would plow the spiral notebook under without seeing it, and it would disappear into the scheme of things, always supposing there was one. "Relax, it's all just the rinse cycle," someone had written beside a payphone on I-35, not far from Cameron, Missouri. Alfie drew the book back to throw it, then lowered his arm. He hated to let it go. That was the truth of it. That was the bottom line everyone was always talking about. But things were bad now. He raised his arm again and then lowered it again. In his distress and indecision, he began to cry without being aware of it. The wind rushed around him, on its way to wherever. He couldn't go on living the way he had been living. He knew that much. Not one more day. And a shot in the mouth would be easier than any living change. He knew that too. Far easier than struggling to write a book few people, if any at all, were likely to read. He raised his arm again, cocked the hand with the notebook in it, back to his ear like a pitcher preparing to throw a fastball, then stood like that. An idea had occurred to him. He would count to 60. If the spark lights of the farmhouse reappeared at any time during that count, he would try to write the book. To write a book like that, he thought, you'd have to begin by talking about how it was to measure distance in green mile markers and the very width of the land, and how the wind sounded when you got out of your car at one of those rest areas in Oklahoma or North Dakota, how it sounded almost like words. You'd have to explicate the silence, and how the bathrooms always smelled of piss and the great hollow farts of departed travelers, and how in that silence the voices on the walls began to speak. The voices of those who had written and then moved on. The telling would hurt, but if the wind dropped and the spark lights of the farm came back, he'd do it anyway. If they didn't, he'd throw the notebook into the field, go back into room 190, just hang a left at the snacks machine, and shoot himself as planned. Either way, either way. Alfie stood there, counting to 60 inside his head, waiting to see if the wind would drop. I like to drive, and I'm particularly addicted to those long interstate barrels where you see nothing but prairies to either side and a cinder block rest area every 40 miles or so. Rest area bathrooms are always full of graffiti, some of it extremely weird. I started to collect these dispatches from nowhere, keeping them in a pocket notebook, got others off the internet, there are 2 or 3 websites dedicated to them, and finally found the story in which they belonged. This is it. I don't know if it's good or not, but I cared very much for the lonely man at its center, and really hope things turned out okay for him. In the first draft things did, but Bill Buford of the New Yorker suggested a more ambiguous ending. He was probably right, but we could all say a prayer for the Alfie Zimmers of the world.